grow heavy and my eyes go dim. Hearing fades to whispers. I know your love can heal all my sin. Thank you that you're with me. Beautiful words as I hear them. I know you will restore all things. Your child, you are my King. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah our Elohim, Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom almost, everybody. Still daylight here in Texas, so Shabbat will begin here soon, though. About another hour, I guess. Wow, what a crazy week for me. How time gets away. It's amazing. Time flies. You're having fun, I guess. But wasn't real sure if I was going to make it this evening, but here I am. You will made a way. All right, so we'll be talking a little bit about Paul, or Saul of Tarsus, if you will. Shaul, some call him Shaul of Tarsus. Tarsus, a lot of people mistakenly think it's a city in Israel and Israel, but it was actually up in the northern seaboard of the Mediterranean, around Caesarea area, not too far from the coastline. It was a free city, and anyone who lived there, resided there, was born there, was given automatic Roman citizenry. So this where Paul was from, and he also obtained, or retained, I should say, or obtained at his birth citizenship of Israel as well. So he was a dual citizen of both Rome and Israel. Okay, because his parents lived in that free city when he was born, called Tarsus. Okay, and then as he grew up and everything, and he became a persecutor of the believers, or the followers of the way, or the followers of Yahusha. And after Yahusha's death, burial, resurrection, and ascension, Tarsus was basically commissioned by the high priest and the Sanhedrin to go out and round up all the followers and the believers of the way, and bring them back to be judged by the high priest and sentenced, some to death, some to punishment, some to prison. And so Paul was out doing these things, and it led him up into a central hub where they had believed that most of the believers or followers of Yahusha had fled. And so he was going up there to round them up and bring them back to be judged by the high priest. Well, the more pressure that the Sanhedrin and the people that they were controlling pushed after the first Nazarene, the members of the way, the farther they spread out away from the promised land, or away from Israel at that time, the borders of Israel at that particular time, not necessarily the borders of the promised land, because they were extensive. They went all the way from the Nile River all the way to the Damascus, the great river Euphrates. And so it was a broader border, which the Israelites never fully inhabited, ever. So anyway, as the pressure built up, the first Nazarene spread out farther and farther, and most of them to the north, up into what is Minor Asia, or modern day Turkey, and even more into Greece, and up into Macedonia, above Greece area up in there, Philippia, things like this, and some even as far as Rome was pushed that far as the pressure and the persecution persisted. So they pushed out into farther and farther and farther away. Okay, some went south, some went east, most went north. Okay, and so on one of Paul's journeys as a bounty hunter, we'll say, led him to Antioch, and there was Antioch in Syria. It was called the Syrian Antioch. There was another one called the Antioch in Pisidia, which was up in Asia Minor, about the middle. And but this particular one where he was heading was, of course, Syrian Antioch. And factually, there were 6, maybe 7 Antiochs in the first century. Scripture really only records 2, and they both involved Paul and a few other of his emissary buddies, because he went there. They're mentioned. The other ones aren't really mentioned. They're no longer on the map, and the religious scholars or religious sects never bring them up. Okay, and they've just kind of faded off the map anyway. But at that particular time, there was 6 or 7 of them, Antiochs. Caesarea, there's several of those. We hear this mentioned in Scripture in Paul's travels or his journeys, if you will. The real religious sect refers to him as missionary travel, his missionary work or whatever, journeys. But this kind of like a stretch, trying to make it fit into their modern day terminology, so that it blends into their religious doctrine and so forth and so on. So we don't really want to refer to them as missionary anything, really. But they were definitely, Paul was definitely working for Yahuwah, and the Ruach HaKodesh was in him. It was leading him, believe it or not, to follow after the lost sheep. Because the more pressure they put on the believers in Yahushua, the farther they ran, and the further they pursued them, the farther out they ran. And so the Ruach was searching for the lost sheep that were being scattered and pushed farther and farther and farther away from Yisrael. Whether Paul knew this or didn't know this at the time, that's up for debate, but I think he knew it. He seemed to have a close communication with the Ruach HaKodesh, speaking of Paul of Tarsus. Matter of fact, on one of his journeys, he was pursuing the believers in Yahushua up into Antioch, where they believed there was a pretty good hub there, central hub of them collected. He was blinded on the road in the desert that led to Antioch, and it was through the appearing of Yahushua HaMashiach as a light brighter than the sun. And so when Paul got a good look at the light, it blinded him. Long time ago, I guess, I don't know what it was now, 40 years ago maybe, I was working as HVAC tech, and I was looking at, I was doing commercial and industrial work. And I went into this huge factory, and they had these huge electrical panels. And I can't remember quite now what happened, but I flipped off the breaker. I did something, and there was this huge spark, and it blinded me temporarily. and I dropped everything in my hand, and I was like, ah, I couldn't see. And the maintenance man there at that facility came running over to me and grabbed me. He says, "It's okay, man. It's okay." He said, "About 2 minutes, you'll get your eyesight back." He said, that happened to me. He said, "Just be still for a couple minutes." And so I did. And about 2 minutes later, my eyesight came back just like the man said it would. So it kind of reminds me of that in a way. When Paul got a good look at that light that appeared to him on the road to Damascus, it blinded him. And this light was Yahusha. So it doesn't mention that he saw any form. He did hear a voice saying, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" And he said, "Who are you, my Elohim?" So right off the get-go, Paul acknowledges this must be Elohim. Well, for one thing, he was talking to him in the Hebrew language. And so he says pretty clear to Paul, plainly as he possibly could, "I'm Yahusha, who you're persecuting." And so by persecuting the believers of Yahusha, Paul was actually persecuting Yahusha himself. And Scripture says as much. "What you do to the least of these, my brothers, you do to me." In Matthew 25 is a punch in the nose. And we read Matthew 25, and if you don't feed somebody that's hungry, give them something to drink if they're thirsty, give them clothes if they're naked, give them shelter if they're out in the elements, visit them in prison, visit them in the hospital if they're sick. If you don't do any of that, then that's just not doing it to him. If you do all that, then you're doing that to him. If you're doing it to him, which means you're doing it to the people, the least of them, he's going to let you in the kingdom. He's going to welcome into the Father's kingdom, a good and faithful servant. If you don't, he's going to toss you into the lake of fire. Because you did what you did to those people, you did to him. And so it's the same issue here. He said, "I'm Yahusha, who you're persecuting." So then Paul, apparently got the message and was sent in on to Antioch there. And then Yahusha got in contact with him, who was a believer, one of the elders. And he said, "Go over there to Paul and lay your hands on him so that he may receive his sight and be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh." So those were the two things that Yahusha commanded Yahusha to go do. And so he did. He goes and finds Paul sitting there blind, hadn't eaten and drank anything for 3 days, sitting there wallowing in his tears, being self-pity for himself, feeling self-pity for himself. And so he lays his hands on him and says, see, open your eyes and see, and be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, receive the Ruach, and that's what happened to Paul. Later on, make a long story short, Paul escapes Antioch and flees to the desert, and he stays out in the desert for quite a while. Nobody really knows how long, but probably was around 3-4 year period. And really doesn't say what he was doing out there, but more than likely, most people agree that he was being taught by the Ruach HaKodesh out there. It was given great insight and great edification into the word of truth. Okay, and so he comes back into Antioch, and then this starts these 3 trips of Paul, these 3 journeys in order to seek out the lost sheep of Yesharal. And so Paul, when he does this, he's under command to go first, take it first to the Hebrew, to the Israelites, the lost sheep of Israel, and then to the Gentiles. If they don't listen, go take it to the Gentiles. And this is what Paul did. There were several places Paul got irritated, and he says, look, if you all ain't going to accept this, if you're going to insist on following after the old ways, then I'm just going to take it to the nations. Okay. But Paul was just mad, and he was doing that on his own. His command or commission by the Ruach was to take it to the children of Yisrael first, and then to the nations. And which Paul did, all around the seaboard of the Mediterranean, up into Greece, up into Asia Minor, in parts of Israel, especially the northern parts, to a few islands, and eventually to Rome. There's outside writings, if you will, the lost chapter of Acts 29, and some other things that suggest that Paul went to Spain and perhaps even England. But there's really no solid proof of that. There's nothing we can really sink our teeth into. But there is outside sources that suggest this. There's a few suggestions in the Nazarene memoirs or writings of Paul mentioning that he would love to go to Spain, but he doesn't really say he went there. It just says that he would like to go there someday. It really doesn't say he went. So it was more of a pipe dream of his than an actual event, at least among the Nazarene writings. Okay, so that leads us up to about what we're going to talk about this evening, and that's Paul's journeys. His first 3 journeys. Some say he had 4 journeys. Really, he had 3 journeys. His 4th journey was perhaps more of a forced journey. He didn't really have much choice. He was going whether he liked it or not, because he was captive. He was chained and bound, and he was forced to go to Rome for trial. So some call it a journey, but it really was not. It was more of a forced. He was captive, and he was going to be taken to court at Caesar's court. So he didn't have much choice. Okay, but we can call it, if you want to call it a 4th journey, go right ahead. It really doesn't matter one way or the other, really. Definitely isn't a salvation issue. Okay, so 3 or 4 journeys or whatever. We're going to go over them briefly. I can't cover all of them totally, but we're going to definitely get into them because there's a lot of miscommunication out there, a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of rumors, if you will, and falsehood, misteaching, things like this going on out there. And most of it's due to a lack of understanding Paul's journeys and what he was really doing. All right. So some of the stuff I think that's involved in some of the messed up teaching that we hear going around on the internet and through different religious sects, I think is just bias, garbage. It's something they try to use to promote hate toward other people that don't believe the way they believe, because it's not scriptural. It's just made up doctrine, traditions, wife's fables, whatever you want to call them. And so they're desperate to try to make things match the way they believe, so they can pound on their chests and it makes them feel like they're right and you're wrong. So it's a prideful thing. It's also something that misleads many people astray and keeps many of the innocent in darkness. And it's just kind of weird, and it's a shame that they do it, but nevertheless they do. And that's a lot of it's racial based that I've noticed. Really. I hate to say that because anything that's racial based to me is on an individual. It's really not the whole race of anybody. You know, I was in the military. I've lived all around the United States, Europe, been to several other foreign lands, and all the races, they're the same as any other race. There's good people in there and there's bad people, and it doesn't really matter. But I don't care if it's black, white, yellow, or red, or tan or brown, whatever color the skin is. Within that race, that skin group color, there's people in there that are prejudiced and biased. And there's people that are not. And that's in every race. I don't care what the government says. They can tell you, if you're black, you can't be prejudiced. Well, that's a lie straight from the bowels of hell. Because I've known black people are prejudiced against white people. They hate white people with a passion. Funny thing is, once you get to know them, they tend to have a tendency not to hate you so much. They even begin to like you till they get around other people their color. Then all of a sudden they start hating you again in front of them. I've seen that happen too. Out of all the races, out of all of them, all the nationalities, I've been around them all. There's not too many I haven't been around. And so I can tell you that much. Okay. In the white race, there's people who hate other races. They're prejudiced and biased. And there's people in the white race who are not. And it follows that pattern in every race, color, nationality, or creed, or religion. I don't care what anybody says. I know that's true. And y'all know it's true too. You can deny it all you want, but you're in denial. That's what you are, because it's true. So everyone has its prejudiced people and the non-prejudiced people present. Not all. Not an entire race is not totally prejudiced against another race, unless they're at war with them, and then maybe 95% of them are, but there's still a few that ain't. They're just fighting because they have to. Self-preservation purposes, of course. I mean, they could even be married to one of the race that their country's at war with. What an awkward situation that would be. So anyway, a lot of the things that get passed around and doctrinal purposes through different religions and races of people and so forth and so on, especially religious sects, man, they're the worst. Is only to try to booster their side of the spectrum, what they believe is right. And funny thing is, even if they find out that their doctrine's wrong, they won't admit to it. As a matter of fact, they'll even get more aggressive trying to defend it once they find out it's wrong, because they don't want you to know it's wrong. They don't want to look like an idiot, so they have to, triple up their strength in order to protect it, even more so. Because they feel now they've been weakened, and now they're weak in that point, so they have to build up the fortress and strengthen it up in order to not to feel embarrassed. So I think that's what most of it really is. But the scripture's kind of clear here. It's a little hard to catch up with. But once you dissect it enough to where you know where Paul's first journey starts and ends, where the second journey starts and ends, where his third journey starts and ends, where his imprisonment starts and ends, okay, it clears up quite a bit. And a lot of the rumors and the falsehood that go along with this kind of mingled up mess goes away, clears right up with it. All righty, so let me say hi to a few people and we'll get started. The Paul's first journey, after he comes out of the desert and he's been trained by the Ruach HaKodesh and he's received his commission, begins right around Acts 13 and 14. He picks up friends along the way, acquaintances. He lives with people. There's sometimes 3 years or so involved in where he's at certain points and so forth and so on, which adds to the confusion, you know. But what we're going to try to realize here is when it begins, when it ends. When the second one began, when it ends. When the third one began, when it ends. When the fourth one began, and when it ends. And they all occur in Acts. It's all in Acts. Okay. And while he's on these journeys, if you will, if you want to call them a journey, I'm not real big into separate them into 3 or 4 journeys myself, but you almost have to in order to dissolve the falsehood that's been implanted in these journeys. And you almost have to do it and separate them into those 4 and to see where he's at and where he's going and all this other things, and just to clear it up a bit. But really, I don't see it as separation of anything. Okay. But we can and we should to clarify. And that's what we're going to do. So let me say hi to a few people here and then we'll get started. Okay. This may seem like a trivial study to some of you, but it's really not. It's really very edifying for scriptures to understand Paul's travels and what he did and what he didn't do, what's true and what's false about Paul. All right. The very first thing I want to say, maybe ruffle some feathers here, get some people perked up and wake up a little bit here, is Paul did not start Christianity. Okay. Let's just start with that statement. All right. So Sandra, how you doing? Glad you're here, sister. Missed you all week. Peggy Russell, missed you too. Glad you're here. Ronald Sturenberg, glad you're here, brother. Luke, glad you're here. Phyllis, glad you're here. Yami, glad you're here. Raul, glad you're here. William Kennedy, glad you're here. Woody Pooh 58, glad you're here. Kinsley, glad you're here, sister. Modest sister Candace, glad you're here. Kato, my brother, or our brother, I should say, from the great LA, California. Glad you're here, man. All right. Okay, good. All right, man, let's get started. Just get some people still trickling in here. We're going to get started now. I think the preface to what's going to happen here was a good one. And so we should be able to just melt right into this book of Acts here a little bit in Paul's travels. So I'm going to start in Acts 13 and 14. That's pretty much going to cover the vast majority of his, what they call the first journey of Paul. Okay. And like I said, this is after his conversion now. Okay. He's been totally converted. He's no longer Shaul the prosecutor. He's now Paul the emissary, the teacher. And so here we go. And in the assembly that was at Antioch, there were certain prophets and teachers. Okay, now this Antioch here is speaking of the Antioch called Syrian Antioch. And it was up into Syria just prior to entering Asia Minor type area, the Cilicia area. That's where Tarsos, where Paul was born, is there. Okay, so it's on the northern shoreline, or the west shoreline of the Mediterranean, or the eastern shoreline of the Mediterranean Sea. The west coast of Israel goes up, and then Asia Minor comes in and meets right there in that corner, just a little bit to the west and inland slightly. I don't know any miles, but I think about 20 is Tarsos. And so Antioch would go from Tarsos around that corner down along the west coast of Israel, and just a little ways, bam, there's Antioch, Syrian Antioch. All right. Okay, so in the assembly that was at Antioch, there were certain prophets and teachers, both Barnabas and Simon, who was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manicham, who had been brought up with Herod, the district ruler, and Shaul. And as they were doing service to the master and fasted, the Ruach HaKodesh said, separate to me Barnabas and Shaul for the work to which I have called them. Then, having fasted and prayed and having laid hands on them, they sent them away. This laying on of hands, I think, is more important than people acknowledge or give credit to it. Unfortunately, not being within arm's reach, it's kind of hard to lay hands on people. But it is really it can be an extreme, powerful weapon. And if you call it a weapon or a tool to lay hands on people, have an elder lay hands on you and say a blessing over you through Yahushua Mashiach, can be a very powerful experience. And so they have fasted and prayed, and having laid hands on them, they sent them away. So they haven't been sent out by the Ruach HaKodesh, went down to Seleucia, and from there they sailed to Cyprus. Now, Cyprus is an island off the west coast of Israel and south of Asia Minor. It's up north toward that corner. Okay. Large island. Fairly large island. And having come into Salamis, which is like the capital, I guess, of Cyprus, or at least a large city of Cyprus, okay, on the east end of the island, they proclaimed the word of Elohim in the congregations of the Yehudim. So I see right there off the get-go, man, we get the pretense of what's happening. Okay, so they left Antioch. They went into a boat. They sailed over to Cyprus. They landed at that port, Salamis, which is a large port island in Cyprus. And immediately they proclaimed the word of Elohim in the congregation of the Yehudim. The Yehudim was there, and they had a congregation there, probably a synagogue or a meeting place of some type. So now see, they're looking for the lost sheep. Everywhere they go, man, they try to find the synagogue or the assembly of the Yehudim. That's what he's commissioned to go do. Go find my lost sheep of Yisrael. Go find the lost sheep of Yisrael and take them to Basora. Proclaim the word of Elohim to the lost sheep. Wake them up. Let them hear my voice. Jog their memory, who they serve. Let them know there's a way back home now. Okay? Let them know the Messiah has come. The promise has come of Yahuwah. His promise has come. Did it not? Yeah, man. This is after the resurrection and the ascension of Yahushua. It began the end times. You better believe it, man. When did the curse end? Well, it didn't end in the year 4000 or 28 AD, Roman calendar. But the end times began. So when did the curse end? The 2,730-year curse? 2008, Roman calendar. But could there have been a small awakening? Yeah. The awakening began at the end times. But the curse didn't end until 2008. That's when they were supposed to all start waking up and start obeying Torah again from where they were. It's the Nazarene from Mount Ephraim will cry out to Elohim from where they're at. When they woke up, oh, how did I get here? It's like they were sleepwalking. And you woke up and you, where am I at? What? How did I get here? But yet they cry out to Yahuwah wherever they woke up at after the curse ended. All of them should be wakening up after the curse. And if they're still sleepwalking, it's going to take them hearing the Basora in their ear to joggle their mind and wake them up. Powerful stuff right there, man. But it's so true. Mount Ephraim is not a mountain in Israel like people think it is. It's not Mount Sinai. It's not Mount Goshen or whatever up in the north, wherever that mountain was. It's just a metaphor of where the Nazarene are. Mount Ephraim is a metaphor that speaks of the lost sheep or the lost tribes of Yisrael as a whole. All right, I better get going here so we can cover this. Okay, and so, and they also had Yehukanan as an attendant. Okay, so which Yehukanan do you think that was? Well, here's the problem. There's all kinds of them. Okay, there's Yehukanan, the immerser. Well, he was dead, so it can't be him. There's Yehukanan, the one of the Talmudim, one of the sons of thunder. Maybe it was him, but usually he had his little brother in tow. It could be the Talmudim whom Yahushua loved. It could be him. And a whole lot more. Matter of fact, Mark, real name was Yehukanan. He was Yehukanan Mark. So it could have been him or any other. There's a lot of Yehukanans mentioned in Scripture. It's not just one. Okay, we can't throw everything on just one Yehukanan. There's a lot of Yehukanans. It was a very popular name back then. It was like Smith, I mean, there was a lot of Yehukanans. There still is. It's still a very popular name. So anyways, maybe later on we'll find out who this Yehukanan who was intended was. I think I know who it was, but let's just keep reading. And having passed through all the island of Cyprus from one end to the other, to Paphos, which was another huge city on Cyprus. So there was two main cities, seaports on this island. One was on the east side of the island. The other was on the west side of the island. They found a certain magician, a false prophet, a Yehudai whose name was Bar Yahusha. So here you go, man. This guy is a Yehudai, but he's a false prophet. Okay? So it wasn't just Gentiles out there teaching falsehood. There were Yehudai doing it too. Who was with the proconsul Sergius Paulus, a man of insight. The man, having called for Barnabas and Sheol, earnestly sought to hear the word of Elohim. But Alamus, the magician, for so his name is translated, withstood them. Now, this is kind of interesting. It says that his name was Bar Yahusha, which means son of Yahusha, who was with the prodigal. This man, having called for Shaul and Barnabas, earnestly sought to hear the word of Elohim, but Alamus, the magician, okay, for so his name is translated, withstood them. How could his name be translated? It makes no sense. You can't translate a name. So how was that? What does that mean? If his name was Bar Yahusha and translated it's Alamus, can this be? No. So this must have it has to mean something else than that. And so I'm what I'm getting here is this guy was a Yehudai. And so in what this is suggesting at first glance is that his Hebrew name was Bar Yahusha. But then it goes on to seem like his name in Cyprus here, in the nation of Cyprus, it would be Alamus. Okay. Seeking to turn the proconsul away from the Amunah, which would be, it would be belief, almost like a reference belief or a loyalty to the truth type thing, fully devoted, possibly Amunah. Real true belief. Trying to turn this guy away from believing or practicing the way of Yahusha, the Besor of Yahusha. So what does this mean then? Well, let's read 9. Then Shaul, who also is Paul. Okay, so here we go with the flip of names again. Filled with the set-apart Ruach, looked intently at him and said, Son of the devil, filled with all deceit and all recklessness, you enemy of all righteousness, shall you not cease perverting the straight ways of Yahuwah? So this guy knew he was a Yehudim. He knew the straight ways of Yahuwah. He knew the Torah, but yet he perverted them by twisting and spinning them for his own benefit, monetary benefit here in this situation. It seems to go on and tell us. But back to this translated name. So all this could possibly be is And you got to do some of your own research to get this, what I'm about to say. Okay, it's going to take some more research and outside sources for you to get this. And some of you may already know this. But a lot of times, the Yehudim in Dispersa would change their name to a name in that language. So it was easier for those people that they were living with, number one, to say their name, number two, to kind of hide the fact that they were not native to that country. And that's what they did. That was their practice. An easy example would be a Japanese man that I had some business dealing with years ago. And his name, I think, what was his name now? I think he went by Joe. I think that's what it was, Joe. And so I was talking to him at dinner one evening, and I asked him, I said, how do you say my name in Japanese? That's what started the conversation. He says, well, what's your name? I said, Mark. Of course, he said Mock. He couldn't say the R. It was too hard for him, and so he would say Mock. And I said, no, it's not Mock, it's Mark. And he said, that's what I said, Mock. And I said, yeah, it's Mark. And he said, okay. He says, so I said, so how do you say it in Japanese? And he's going, he's like he's thinking real hard about it, but he was just messing with me, man. And so finally, after about 5 minutes, he finally says, I got it. I said, what is it? And he goes, Mark. I said, Mark? He said, yeah. He said, we say it the same you do. So he was just kind of joshing me, right? And he says, Mark, he says, why would it be any other name? He says, if I called you a name, a Japanese name, he said, it wouldn't be your name. How would you know to respond? And I said, well, you got a point there. And I says, well, how's your name, Joe? I said, that sounds like more like an American name to me. He said, yeah, after Joe DiMaggio. And I says, so Joe DiMaggio? Yeah. He says, I just picked Joe. He's my real name. And he said this real long Japanese name. He said, Americans can't say this name. They can't say my name. So I use Joe. This easy for Americans to say Joe. So I just used Joe. But his real name was like huge, that long, and I couldn't pronounce it really, even after several attempts. So that's just an example of what I'm saying here. Instead of him being called Bar Yahusha, this guy went by Alamos, which was probably a more well-known or easy to pronounce name for the natives of Cyprus. Okay, it really wasn't translated because proper nouns or proper names cannot be translated. They have to be transliterated. They have to carry over the same sound from the native language into the target language. It can't change sounds. It can deviate slightly if there's a problem with the alphabet, like there's missing letters, but it has to still sound very close to your name. Just like that Japanese guy I knew. My name was Mark. He could only say Mock. When he said Mock, I looked. It wasn't Mark, but it was close enough to make me look. And I picked up the accent, the foreign accent when he said my name, but I still knew he was calling me, even though he didn't pronounce it exactly correct. Because of the lack of alphabet, in the way they spoke, he couldn't say my name correctly. Okay? He probably could have with more practice, but they just have a hard time with the R's. Okay, that's enough of that. So see, this isn't a flaw in here. This isn't a mistake. This isn't like, man, somebody's lying to somebody thing. This is common sense. Sometimes we need to apply a little bit of common sense to Scripture. Sometimes we apply too much common sense, right? So there's a balance as well. Okay, so let's move on. I think you're all getting what I'm laying down, picking up what I'm laying down here. So with Shaul and Paul, it's the same thing. Okay, in Israel, Shaul was easier and more easily recognized and pronounced. But up in where he was going, up into Greece and Asia Minor and so forth and so on, Paul was easier, more recognized and easier. And it was really close to his name anyway. A lot of people say, oh, Yahuwah changed his name from Shaul to Paul. I don't see anywhere in here it says Yahuwah changed his name like he did. They say that like they did Abraham. He went from Abram or Abraham or Abram to Abraham, plural, because he would be the father of nations. Yeah, and he changed Sarah's name as well, from Sarai to Sarah. Being a different name than her original name. These two names were changed by Yahuwah. Okay, Shaul and Paul, that wasn't changed by Yahuwah. That's just because of what I just said. He used that, and then the acquaintances, whether Gentile or Yehudim, up in Greece and Asia Minor and everything, called him Paul. So he went by Paul as well. But down and then he kind of adopted it and continued to refer to Paul because the name Shaul brought fear to people. People were afraid of that name. Shaul, the great prosecutor of the way, and the followers of Yahushua, scared the daylights out of people. When they heard Shaul was coming, they took off the other way and got pushed up north, west, and east. Anywhere they could get away from Shaul, they took off. But when they heard Paul was coming, they stuck around until they found out, is that? No, it can't be. Is that? No. Tell me it's not true. That's not Shaul, the great prosecutor of the believers, is it? Yeah, man, he changed his ways. He's a different man now. He's one of us. Oh, come on. He got to be a spy. He's been sent here by the high priest to spy on us, to find our locations, find out who our members are, so they can get us all and kill us. Oh, no, we can't trust him. So he was dealing with all that too. See what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is these names are not translated, no matter how you slice the pie. Not in that sense. Not in the sense that they were you could say their name totally in a different language and still be saying their name. Impossible. How would he know it was him? There's no way. Okay, so I think you're getting it. I'm going to move on out of here. And now, behold, the hand of Yahuwah is upon you, and you shall be blind. He's talking to the son of the devil. Okay, this magician, right? Who was perverting the straight ways of Yahuwah. And upon you, and you shall be blind, not seeing the sun for a time. And instantly a dark mist fell on him, and he went around seeking someone to lead him by the hand. And having seen what took place, the proconsul believed, being astonished at the teaching of the master. Okay. And having put out from Paphos, Paul and those with him came to Perge in Pamphylia. And Yehuchanan, having left them, returned to Jerusalem. So this Yehuchanan that left, was with them, now returned to Jerusalem, was more likely, I would say more than likely now, the Talmudim who Yahushua loved. And the reason I'm saying that, and there was more than one, there was 3 or 4 Yehuchanans, the sons of thunder always traveled together, John and James. Okay, not James, his brother or half brother, but the brother of Yehuchanan and Jacob were the sons of thunder, that Yahusha named the sons of thunder, because they wanted to bring down lightning on some people and destroy them, like Elijah did, if you recall the story. Okay, so it could have been one of them, but more than likely it wasn't, because they always traveled together. So where are they at now? Okay, so now this is what we would call the beginning of his travels. Okay, so he started in Antioch, Syrian Antioch. Okay, now he's went from there now to Cyprus. He went through Cyprus and he took sail. Now he's heading up into Perga, and on up farther. He went up into Pamphylia, and he's John stopped, took off, and went back to Jerusalem, left them, and then they passed through Perge. They continued to go up in there, and then from Perge they came to Antioch. Not the Antioch they started from in Syria, but a different Antioch. Now it's up in the middle of Minor Asia. Asia Minor is where he's at now. Pisidia. Antioch and Pisidia. All right. So now he's up in just east of the 7 assemblies you read about in Revelations. But he's in that area, but just east. And then he went into the congregation of the Yehudim again on Yom Shabbat and sat down. So there you go. So where is this? Well, it's in Asia Minor. The other Antioch is in Syria. Okay. There were about 300 miles. This was about 300 miles due north as the crow flies of Jerusalem. And this Antioch in Pisidia was a Roman colony. Okay, so it was occupied by the Romans. Okay, Romans were all over the place during this time period, anyway. But like I said, man, there's at least 6 cities in this Roman Empire here. Okay, that was called Antioch at the time. And matter of fact, some even claim there's over 17 Antiochs in the Roman Empire total. So there was a lot of them, but these two stand out because they were they were important stops in Paul's journey. Okay, in his journeys to spread the Besorah. That's why they're mentioned in Scripture. That's why the modern day scholars never mention the other 6 to 17 Antiochs that was in the Roman Empire at this time. So could there be a mistake? No, because it's pretty well defined that the Antioch was Syrian Antioch and the Antioch and Pisidia. And so it couldn't have been mistaken with any of the other Antiochs, okay? Interesting here, he went into the congregation of the Yehudim on Yom Shabbat and sat down. Okay. Don't forget, this is Paul's first journey. He wasn't there. He never went there before that we know of. And he surely didn't go in there and start an assembly for followers of Yahushua. This is the first time he'd been there. So where did he go? He went to the only place he could go. And that was the congregation of the Yehudim on Yom Shabbat. The pagans wouldn't have been in there listening to Torah read on Yom Shabbat. So this had to be a congregation of the Yehudim. Okay? Common sense says so. And after the reading of the Torah and the prophets, see, so they were in there on Yom Shabbat reading the Torah and the prophets. So this had to be a congregation of the Yehudim. It wasn't the congregation of the believers in Yahusha, because they didn't even know about him. Paul had never been there before. This is the first time. This is his first trip, his first journey he went there. See, so that's one of the big misleadings, okay, bad teaching, that Paul was going around revisiting all these churches that he had started. There's no way. This is the first time he ever went there, and he didn't go to the Gentiles and start a church. He went there, and he was what was he doing? Well, he was seeking out the congregation of the Yehudim on Yom Shabbat, and they were teaching Torah and the prophets in there. And so what was Paul doing going in there? He had already converted. He had already got teaching from the Ruach HaKodesh. He already come out of the desert for 3 years. So what was he doing there? He was looking for the lost sheep of Yisrael. That's what he was doing. He was looking for the chosen vessels of Yahuwah. So he could tell them the Besorah, they could hear it in their ears and come out of the world. He wasn't going there and starting a church in the Gentiles, for the Gentiles, like people teach that. He wasn't going up there to start no church, Christian church. That's ridiculous. See? So that's one of the first things we need to understand right off the get-go. If you don't get that, you're going to be all messed up by the time we get to this last journey. All right, so after reading of the Torah and the prophets, the rulers of the congregation sent to them, saying, "Men, brothers, if you have any word of fortification for the people, speak it." And Paul, standing up and motioning with his hand, said, "Men, Israelites," bam! This is proof. Paul was seeking out the lost sheep of Yisrael. He just called them Israelites. He's not in a Gentile circus temple converting Gentiles, starting a church, a circus. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. You're teaching wrong if you're teaching that. Even because he said brothers, it's enough to tell me he was speaking to Israelites. He actually says so. Men, Israelites, and those fearing Elohim, listen. All right, so anybody in there that's a converted Israelite, a Gentile, you're going to address them too. It don't matter. He's still in with the Israelites, listening to the Torah and the prophets read on Yom Shabbat. Doesn't matter what he meant by those fearing Elohim. He could be just talking about true believers, man. Don't you realize that there's people in these congregations that have no fear of Yahuwah? They're in there for monetary purpose, such as picking up more customers for their company. Maybe they're self-employed and they want to get in there and mingle with the members in order that they'll call them for work and they can get more customers that way. You don't believe people do that? Yeah, I'm here to tell you they do that. I know a few of them that did that. I know one that said, "I need to find me a bigger circus, man. And there's no more new customers in here for me to get. I need to go to a larger circus so I can pick up more customers." So he was just going in there to pick up customers, it sounded like to me. So anyway, the Elohim of this people, Yisrael, chose our fathers. What? Chose our fathers and exalted the people in their sojourning in the land of Mitzrayim, and with a high arm he brought them out of it. Now, for a time of about 40 years, he sustained them in the wilderness. And having destroyed 7 nations in the land of Canaan, he gave their land to them as inheritance. And after that, he gave judges for about 450 years until Shammua the prophet, or Samuel the prophet. But then they asked for a sovereign. And Elohim gave them Shaul, the son of Kish, a man of the tribe of Benjamin, for 40 years. And having removed him, he raised up for them Daud as sovereign, to whom also he gave witness and said, I have found Daud, the son of Jesse, a man after my own heart, whom shall do all my desires. Ooh, that's powerful stuff right there now. Wow. For this one seed, according to the promise, Elohim raised up for Yisrael a deliverer, Yahusha. Yahusha came out of the lineage of Daud. After Yehochanan had first proclaimed the immersion of repentance to all the people of Yisrael before his coming. Now, I was talking about a different Yehochanan. This is Yehochanan the immerser that was already beheaded way before this journey of Paul's began, this first journey. See, so that Yehochanan could not have been Yehochanan the immerser. We eliminated him right off the get-go, right? And as Yehochanan was completing his mission, he said, who do you suppose I am? I am not he, but see, there comes one after me, the sandals of whose feet I am not worthy to loose. Men, brothers, sons of the race of Abraham, and those among you fearing Elohim, to you the word of this deliverance has been sent. So there you go. Men, brothers, sons of the race of Abraham. He's talking to the Israelites, man. It's clear. And those among you fearing Elohim. So there can be men, brothers, and sons of the race of Abraham that's not fearing Abraham, Elohim that's in there. So he's addressing all the ones that fear him, which could be a sort of a suggestion, perhaps, or an idiom for the lost sheep, the chosen vessels of Yahuwah, even among the Israelites. See what I'm saying? Could be. There's a possibility it could be. To you, the word of this deliverance has been sent. See, so it's been sent to them. Only them. Even Yahusha said, I only came for the lost sheep of Yisrael. For those dwelling in Jerusalem and their rulers, because they did not know him, nor even the voices of the prophets which are read every Shabbat, having filled them and having judged him, and having filled them and having judged them. And having found not one cause for death, they asked Pilate that he should be put to death. And when they had accomplished all that was written concerning him, taking him down from the timber, they laid him in a tomb. So what's Paul doing now? Oh, he's bringing them the Basora of Yahuwah, and he's going to prove it to them out of the Torah and the prophets. He didn't have the King Jimmy, sorry. But Elohim raised him from the dead. And he has seen for many yamim, and he was seen for many days by those who came up with him from Galilee to Jerusalem, who are his witnesses to the people. And we bring you the Basora, the promise made to the fathers, that Elohim has concluded this for us, their children, having raised up Yahusha, as it has also been written in the second Psalms, you are my son, today I have begotten you. And that he raised him out of the dead, no more to return to corruption. He has said thus, I shall give you the trustworthy kindness of Daud. Wow. For this reason, he also says in another Psalms, you shall not give your kind one to see corruption. For Daud, indeed, having served his own generation by the counsels of Elohim, fell asleep, was buried with his fathers, and saw corruption. But he whom Elohim raised up saw no corruption. His body did not decay in the tomb, folks. It was raised before it decayed. Let it therefore be known to you. Why? Why? Because he was sinless. He was sinless. That's why. Death had no authority over his body. It had to choke him back up, regurgitate him. It had no business swallowing up Yahushua's body because he was innocent. Death has all authority over sin, but it does not have authority over sinless people, and Yahushua was sinless, so he did not decay. Death could not touch him. Hallelujah. Let it therefore be known to you, brothers, that through this one forgiveness of sins is proclaimed to you, and by him everyone who believes is declared right from all sins from which you were not able to be declared right by the Torah of Moshe, through animal blood offering. Only through the blood of Yahushua can your sins be removed, be blotted out. Only through the blood of Yahushua can you get the power. Do you have the power to receive forgiveness of your sins, man? That's it. Watch then that what was said in the prophets does not come upon you. See, you despisers marvel and perish, for I work a work in your days, a work which you would in no way believe if someone were to declare it to you. Wow, man. That just blows my mind away. It really does. I'm going to read that again. Since you despisers marvel and perish, for I work a work in your days, a work which you would in no way believe if someone were to declare it to you. Wow. Wow. And when the Yehudim went out of the congregation, the Gentiles, the Goyim, pleaded to have these words spoken to them the next Shabbat. And when the assembly had dispersed, many of the Yehudim and of the praising converts followed Paul and Barnabas. Okay, so now listen closely here. Who speaking to them were urging them to continue in the favor of Elohim. What's happening? He didn't start a church. He did not return to that church. He was not talking to converts that had already converted in the Besorah of the Yahushua, or in the way. They were converted into Yehudim. They were in this congregation of the Yehudim. Listen to the Torah and the Prophets reading. They were being taught the old way. They were being told they had to be circumcised. They were still explaining to them about animal blood sacrifices and things of the old Yehudim covenant, the old priesthood ways. They weren't teaching them about Yahushua. This is the first time that these Gentiles, these Goyim, had heard anything about the Besorah of Yahushua. And they, after the congregation broke up, these converts, these Gentiles who had converted into Yehudism, approached Paul and Barnabas and said, hey, come back and tell us more about this Messiah called Yahushua. We haven't heard of him yet. You see that? They weren't converted into the way of Yahushua, just into being a Yehuda. You understand? I hope you do. And when the assembly had dispersed, many of the Yehudim and the praising converts followed Paul and Barnabas, who speaking to them were urging them to continue in the favor of Elohim. So they were saying, continue in which we just taught you, start practicing it now, convert, understand the bigger picture. Okay, there's a new covenant now. Okay, there's a way we can be delivered through our Messiah. So, and on the next Shabbat, almost all the city came together to hear the word of Elohim. So the word spread by the next Shabbat. Near the entire city, the entire town that congregated around to listen to more about this Yahusha. But when the Yehudim saw the crowds, this is the Yehudim that was in the assembly the prior Shabbat, okay, that had converted these Gentiles over into their way, into the old way, became jealous. Because people are perking up. Now they're more interested in what Paul's bringing. Oh, we've never heard of Yahusha and the Ruach HaKodesh. What? Tell us more about that. The Yehudai never mentioned Yahusha. See? So now the Ruach HaKodesh working through Paul has these people attention. Both Yehudim and converted Gentiles. Okay? And on the next Shabbat, almost all the city came together to hear the word of Elohim. And when the Yehudim saw the crowds, they were filled with jealousy. And contracting and speaking evil, they opposed what Paul was saying. Jealous. They're more worried about themselves than they are increasing Yahuwah. They're acting evil. Okay. They're not digging this new message Paul's bringing to them. Say, why? The first time they've heard it. That's why. Was the previous Yom Shabbat. Okay? And they ain't liking it. All right. They were opposed to what Paul was bringing, okay? But speaking boldly, Paul and Barnabas said it was necessary that the word of Elohim should be spoken to you first. See that? To you first. But since you thrust it away and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, so they're throwing away the promise and they're judging, which is in the turnabout, they're judging themselves that they're not worthy of everlasting life because they're throwing out the Basorah. What? Wow, man. You picking up what that's laying down? Talking about shooting yourself in your own foot. Wow. See, we turn to the nations. Does that mean that they're not going to go out and continue their commission to find the lost sheep of Israel? Absolutely not. Because the Gentiles are full of the lost sheep of Israel. They just don't know it. They think they're Goyim, but they're really the lost sheep of Yisrael. See, and they just haven't been woke up yet. And so this is what Paul's saying. Well, instead of coming here to your congregation and try to open up the eyes and ears of the lost sheep of Israel, I'm going out to the nations and calling for them, and his sheep will know his voice, and they'll come to me. I'm not going to go out and keep going into your congregation. If you're not going to believe this and you're not going to receive this, I'm going to go out on the street corners. I'm going to go out among the people and I'm going to holler. I'm going to proclaim. I'm going to preach. I'm going to teach the word of truth, and the lost sheep will wake up and come to me to hear the master speak through me. That's what he's telling them. He ain't saying, okay, from now on, all you stupid Jews, I ain't talking to you no more. I'm going to go talk to all the Greeks. I'm going to become a messenger to the Greeks, and Yahuwah's going to become their Elohim, not yours anymore. He ain't saying nothing like that. That's one of the lies and untruths that's being preached about Paul's journeys. And Paul ain't talking nothing like that. He's still looking for the lost sheep of Yisrael. Don't forget, we're still on the first journey, if you want to call it that. We're going to, because we need to decipher it, and we need to divide it to where we can understand better what's happening here. Okay. For so the Master has commanded us, I have set you to be a light to the nations, that you should be for deliverance to the ends of the earth. And when the nations heard this, they were glad and praised the word of Yahuwah. And as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believed. See that? So they were already appointed for everlasting life. They were chosen before the foundations of the earth were laid. See that? So Yahuwah knows who his people are. Okay. And they're not just in the congregations of the Yehudim anymore. They've been spread out through the every corner of the Eretz, and they have mingled together with the Kohen to the point where they're not even recognizable anymore. And the vast majority of them by far don't even know that they're one of the lost tribe, have the lineage of the lost tribe. They don't even know it. But yet there's so many out there making up the nations now, mixed with the others, other nations that were outside of Yisrael. The seed of Abraham has spread far and wide. Mind-blowing. And the only ones that know who they are is Yahuwah. You can be a converted Gentile, but you also could be one of the lost sheep of Israel as well, and you don't even know it. You think you're from Canada or something. Okay, so here we go. It's amazingly that as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believed. Why? Because they heard his voice. As soon as they heard the Besorah, they knew who they were. It woke them up, and they believed. Oh, for some reason, that resonates with me. Oh, yeah, I believe. That's because Yahuwah had already chosen you before the foundations of the earth. That's why the Besorah is resonating with you. If it doesn't, most likely you're not his. Or it just could be that's just not your time yet to wake up. He's going to get you later on. And the word of Yahuwah was being spread throughout the entire country. But the Yehudim stirred up the devout and noble women and the chief men of the city and raised up persecution against Paul and Barnabas and threw them out of their borders. Threw them out of there. And shaking off the dust from their feet against them, as a witness against them, against the Yehudim that wouldn't believe, the ones who became jealous, they came to Iconium, and the Talmudim were filled with joy in the Ruach HaKodesh. So there you go. They were filled with joy in the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so now this continues on. So they've left there on that first missionary then trip, and now he's going to get into a little bit of trouble here because he's hanging around too long. But we'll go ahead and get into it. This Iconium, if you will, is, I'm going to say it's in the Galilean area, okay, territory. I don't believe it's still in that Cilicia territory. It's definitely not in Macedonia. I think it still might be in Asia, honestly. So maybe still in Asia. So anyway, here we go. And it came to be in Iconia that they went together into the congregation of the Yehudim. See? So they didn't stop going into the congregations like it sounded like up here, when they said, but it was necessary that the word of Elohim should be spoken to you first, talking about the Yehudim and the Dispersa. But since you thrust it away and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, see, we turn to the nations. Okay, he's still looking for the lost sheep. Okay, this is where they say, see, he's now the apostle for the Gentile. He hates the Jews. The Jews are thrown out. This doesn't mean that at all. Because right here in chapter 14, it stays in context. Why? Why is it still in context? Because it's still talking about his first journey. So obviously it's still in context. So right off the get-go, it says, they went together into the congregation of the Yehudim and spoke in such a way that a great number of both Yehudim and Greeks believed. The Greeks speak here are same as up here. They're the converted Goyim. They've been converted into Yehudism, not into the Besorah of Yahusha yet, because they haven't heard about it yet. This is brand new in their ears as well. And where is he? He's in the congregation of the Yehudim again. So what he said up here in chapter 13 cannot be what people teach that it says, because here in 14, he's right back doing it again. So obviously that is not what he meant. He didn't mean he was going to stop seeking out the lost sheep of Israel, because in 14, he goes right back into the congregation of the Yehudim first, just like Yahuwah commanded him to do. Everywhere he goes to find the lost sheep of Israel. But see, through the Ruach HaKodesh, Paul has the knowledge now that the lost sheep are spread out among the Goyim, all nations. Find them all. They're not only in the congregation of the Yehudim, they're everywhere. They're spread out to the far four corners of the earth. Go find them. This is what Paul knows. That's why he's talking the way he's talking. Well, if you're going to refuse it, that just means that you're rejecting everlasting life, man. So I'm just going to go out to the nations and start calling for the lost sheep out there. I don't have to be here in your congregation or on the steps of your congregation. I'll go out here into the fields and scream for them. So then he goes over to the next town and does the same thing. Goes right and finds the congregation of the Yehudim and starts looking for the lost sheep in that area. Wow. You see, that's the truth. All this nonsense about he rejected the Jews, and then now he's just teaching, setting up, starting churches for Christians is ridiculous. That's not true whatsoever. But the Yehudim who would not obey, same like before, okay, in Antioch, stirred up the nations and wickedly influenced their hearts against the brothers. So here they go. See, so they've been there a long time. They've been teaching Orthodox Yehudism, if you will. And now they're stirring up all their friends and members and everybody they've known in that area against these outsiders who they're talking wickedly against them, trying to say they're the devil, man. They're bringing a different Besorah up here. You know, they're talking against the Torah and the prophets, man. We got to get them. You see that? So they remained a long time, speaking boldly in the Master, who was bearing witness to the word of his favor, giving signs and wonders to be done by their hands. And the populace of the city was divided, and some sided with the Yehudim, and some with the emissaries, which included Paul. But when a move took place by both the Goyim and Yehudim with their rulers to mistreat and stone them, they became aware of it and fled to Lystra and Derbe, cities in Lacedonia and the territories round about. Okay, so this was definitely then, well, I'm going to say definitely, but I'm going to say I think in Galatia area and territory, the Galatian territories. Okay, still it may have been in Cilicia, but I don't think so. I think it was just north of that Derbe. Okay, and Lystra, Lystra was, just kind of like, well, it was to the west of Derbe, but they were not too far apart. They were right across from each other, kind of like. Okay, and then the surrounding territories around there, Perga and Pamphylia was just south of that Lystra, and then Perga is a seaport on the Mediterranean. Okay, see, so it's just right up in that. This is all happening right up in there, just barely south of Asia Minor, where the seven assemblies were, and then down to the coastline, and then a little bit east where Derbe is. Okay, and so anyway, they fled over there. They were mistreating them. They wanted to get them. They wanted to stone them to death. So they split in that, getting out of there. And so they were bringing the Besorah there, and everywhere they fled to, they continued to bring the Besorah of Yahusha. They didn't go there and be quiet. They continued to spread the good news. Okay. And then Lystra, there was a certain man disabled in his feet, a cripple from his mother's womb. He was born that way, who had never walked. He was crippled from the mother's womb. This one heard Paul speaking, who, looking intently at him and seeing that he had belief to be healed, said with a loud voice, ain't that amazing that Paul looked at him and saw that he had enough belief to be healed, but yet he couldn't heal himself. He couldn't say, be healed in the name of Yahusha. Amazing, isn't it? There's a connection there, isn't there? With a loud voice, stand upright on your feet. And he sprang up and began to walk. And when the folks saw what Paul had done, they lifted up their voices, saying in Lucanian, so this is a different language, Lucanian, okay? It's not too far from Derbe. The mighty ones have become like men and came down to us. And they called Barnabas Zeus, and Paul they called Hermes. These are Greek gods. Since he was the chief speaker, Hermes is the chief speaker. And the priest of Zeus, being in front of their city, brought oxen and wreaths to the gates and wished to offer with the multitudes to Paul and Barnabas. So what did they? They started thinking they were gods because they started healing people in front of these people's eyeballs. So they're saying, these must be mighty ones. Okay, that they can do this. No man can do this. It's amazing to me that these Goyim, these Gentiles that worship other mighty ones, these pagans, heathen, could recognize the fact that if a man could heal a crippled person that never walked and do these other wonders and miracles, that they must be something other than a man. But yet, the Pharisees, when they saw Yahusha do all these works, and even more so, did not even believe when he said he was Yahuwah, the Father. They didn't even believe it even after seeing those works. He even raised up dead people, and they still didn't believe he was something other than just a man. Ain't that amazing? What an amazing fact. So anyway, and when the emissaries, Barnabas and Paul, heard this, they tore their garments and ran in among the crowd. They started ripping their garments up and running in the crowd, tearing their clothes apart. Stop it! Stop it! We're just men. We don't want to steal usurper Yahuwah's esteem. Stop it! He'll destroy us. Don't say them words. I mean, they're having a fit, man. They're having a fit. They want no part of that. Okay, all esteem to Yahusha, right? This is probably the ultimate example of that. So they ran into the crowd crying out and saying, "Men, why are you doing this? We also are men with the same makeup as you, bringing to you the Basora, to turn from these worthless things to the living Elohim, who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and all that is in them, who is in past generations allowed all the nations to walk in their own ways. Though, indeed, he did not leave himself without witness, doing good, giving us rain from heaven and fruit-bearing seasons, filling our hearts with food and gladness." Even with these words, they still had trouble stopping the crowds from offering to them, from offering and worshiping them. And when they were telling them, "We're just man, this is all esteem to Yahusha. What are you doing?" They still continue to worship on that. I've been pulling my beard out at that point, right? Ripping it out. Oh, stop it. Yeah. But Yehudim arrived from Antioch. Which Antioch now do you suppose? Okay, so Yehudim arrived from Antioch and Iconia, okay, which is up there close to the Antioch and Pisidia, okay? And having won over the masses, the Yehudim won over the masses, so they overcame the Basora that Paul was, and they became, "We told you in the Torah, in the prophets, it said this, it says that. These people are false witnesses. Stop believing what they're saying. It's impossible for a man to be raised from the dead." But yet Paul and Barnabas just healed all these men with the Ruach HaKodesh, healed through them, through their hands, and healed these people. But ain't nothing, the Pharisees aren't able to do this kind of things. Why? Because they're men like Paul and Barnabas, but they don't have the Ruach HaKodesh healing these people through them. That's why they can't do them. But yet, with their words and their authority figure over so-called good citizens, they've overtaken the Basora of Yahusha, what's been given to them by the voice of Paul and Barnabas. See what I'm saying? And so they won them over, the masses, and they stoned Paul, dragging him out of the city, thinking he was dead. So the Yehudim who arrived from Antioch and Iconia were coming from, had to be coming up there from the one in up on Asia Minor there, Antioch and Pisidia. Okay, and Iconia is also up in that area. Not as far, it's more south though. Okay, so they convinced them that Paul and them were lying, and there's stone them to death, stone them. They're blaspheming against the Torah and against Yahuwah, and so they did, and they stoned Paul, and throw him out of the city, just dragged him out, threw him out of the gates, and he laying there looking like he's dead. He was motionless, obviously, laying outside the city. They left him thinking he was dead. But while the Talmudim gathered around him, he rose up. So all the ones that were believing in what he was saying, they gathered around him. They were looking at it, what they thought was a lifeless body, but then he stood up and went into the city. That blows my mind. He stood up and walked right back into that city. Wow, man. Talking about courage. That takes some courage. And on the next day, he went away with Barnabas to Derbe. Okay, so Derbe was farther east, a little bit southeast from where they were, or actually just almost straight east, and on the border of Galatia and Cilicia and Cappadocia, all just kind of, those territories almost kind of met there, kind of like Four Corners in Arizona type deal, right in that area. I'm not sure what territory it was in, but it was right up in there, southeast of Asia Minor, where the seven assemblies were, farther to the east. Actually, getting closer down toward that corner we were talking about, where Tarsus is. Okay, so having brought the Basora to that city, Derbe, and having made many pupils, they returned to Lystra and Iconium. Believe it? He went back. And Antioch. He even went back up into Antioch and Pisidia. Boy, he's a tough guy, wasn't he? He went right back into that hornet's nest, man. Strengthening the hearts of the Talmudim that they had left behind, that they had people who were believing what they were saying. This is still his first trip. There was nobody there until they got there that believed in the Basora of Yahushua. They didn't even hear about it. They didn't even know about it. Encouraging them to continue in the belief, and that through many pressures we have to enter the reign of Yahuwah. Wow. So he's telling them, this is normal. What you see happening to us, don't let it discourage you. Continue in your belief of Yahushua's blood, in the power of Yahushua's blood. Continue in believing in the new covenant, and all these things that we taught you. And don't be scared. Do you see all this persecution coming on us? They're stoning us, beating us up, throwing us out, kicking us, smacking us, punching us. This is going to happen. When this happens to you, then you can be assured that you're on the way. You're suffering with the Messiah. So you have been blessed to suffer with the Messiah, means you're on the right path. If nobody's beating you up and everybody's your buddy and patting you on the back and say, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You're telling the truth. That's right. Then you're on the wrong path. What kind of nerve did Paul have? How much strength and courage did Paul have to get up, go back up into that hornet's nest and tell those people that? Wow. That's some conviction right there now. And having appointed elders in every assembly, and all those cities appointed an elder to try to make sure they stayed on track with this. Not to control them, not to rule over them, okay? Not to take advantage of them, but to make sure they stayed on the way and studied with them and kept them in the belief and strengthening them by allowing them to have a voice and and for them to come together in agreement as one, strengthen them and encourage them, and the Ruach HaKodesh would come into them and empower them to take the message further to more ears, to more hearers, and increase the reign of Yahuwah. And all the while expecting persecution and suffering. And that's the way they know that they're on the right track, because it's to be expected. because you have to suffer with the Mashiach. No student is better than the teacher. If he had to go through it, you have to do with it. You got to go through it. Same with him. Then you share in his inheritance and the reward. When he comes back, you get more immortality with him because you suffered in this world with him. Don't forget, everything you do to somebody else, you're doing it to Yahushua. Everything that they do to you, anybody else to you, they're doing it to Yahushua. Some powerful stuff right there. Very powerful lesson to be learned. So should we find joy in persecution and pressures? You better believe it. You better believe it. And that through many pressures, we have to enter the reign of Yahuwah. So having appointed elders in every assembly, having prayed with fasting, they committed them to the master in whom they had believed. And having passed through Pisidia, which is up by Antioch, they came to Pamphylia, and having spoke the word in Perge, which was a seaport on the Mediterranean north coastline, the northeast coastline of the Mediterranean, they went down to Antioch. I don't know where that's at. And from there, they sailed to Antioch. Huh? I thought Antioch was up above them, close to the 7 assemblies of Revelation. Yeah, but it's just a different Antioch now. So what did they do? And so they went down to that port. This Antioch must have been just a small city somewhere near that Perge. And from there, they sailed to Antioch, Syrian Antioch. So they went from Perge now, and they sailed across the northeastern seaboard of the Mediterranean Sea, all the way around up in toward that corner there we were talking about, into Antioch, Syrian Antioch now. It's in Syria. Okay? And it's just below and around the bend and below Tarsus, where Paul's from, the free city. Okay. Where they had been committed to the favor of Elohim for the work which they had completed. From the work they had completed. And having arrived and having gathered together the assembly in Antioch, Syrian, they related all that Elohim had done with them, and that he had opened the door of belief to the nations. And they remained there a long time with the Talmudim. So they stayed in Syrian Antioch for a long time. Okay. Okay, so see, it says in the nations. But where did he go through all that first journey? He's back now. He started in Antioch, he returned to Antioch, Syrian Antioch. He went to all the congregations of the Yehudim, man. But yet he called them the nations. He had opened up to the nations. Why? Because even though they were Yehudim, living as Persa, they were nationalists of that nation. They were citizens of that nation because they were born there. Even though they knew that their lineage was, they were Israelites living outside of Israel. See that? So they were considered the nations. But yet, they were the lost sheep of Israel living in the nations. That's who Paul went to seek out. That's who the Ruach wanted him to find, was the lost sheep of Israel. Okay? That's why he sent the Messiah. Like I said, they're in every nation. They're spread out far and wide. Whether they know who they are or not, it don't matter. Yahuwah knows. Yahuwah knows. Okay, so anyway, that's the first mission there. So if y'all can get that, then it continues on for about the next 2-3 chapters here, it goes into the second journey. So Paul decides to leave home base, if you will, which is Antioch. Ain't that funny? That's where he was on the road to Damascus, and then he went up into Antioch after receiving his sight back, right? He goes back up there, or he's told to go there. That becomes his home base. I find that kind of interesting, really, because it's not even in Israel. So he's out to find the lost sheep that's scattered about. And he knows they're out there. You know, he's already been taught that by the Ruach. So here we go. Chapter Acts 15 goes into the second journey. There's so much information there. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through it. And certain men came down from Yehuda and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the practice of Moses, you are unable to be delivered. So when Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and dispute with them, that means they were in a heated argument. You know, they were about ready to start swinging. You know, they were mad. So when Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and dispute with them, they arranged for Paul and Barnabas and certain others of them to go up to Jerusalem to the emissaries about this question. So this is kind of interesting that they're already north of Jerusalem, but it says they go up. So it says this. I don't know why the translation's saying that, other than it's just the figure of speech, the way the Yehudim talked. You know, it's the way they talked back then. And so it says that you know, they were from Yehuda. They came down from Yehuda, but Yehuda was already below them. Yehuda's down around Jerusalem. You know what I mean? It's a southern kingdom. They were up in Antioch, which was even out of the northern kingdom at the time. It's in the promised land, but it's up into Syria. See what I'm saying? And so interesting that they said they came down from Yehuda, which if they were in Yehuda, they wouldn't have went up. You know, see what I'm saying? Set it down if they were coming out of Antioch. So it's just kind of odd. And we're teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the practice of Moses, you are unable to be delivered. See? So they were teaching that you had to be male, had to have male circumcision in order to be delivered. You're unable to be delivered unless you are circumcised. So when Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension dispute with them, they arranged for Paul and Barnabas and certain others of them to go up to Jerusalem. See, they were in Antioch, so it wouldn't be going up to Jerusalem; they'd be going down to Jerusalem. So they must just talk that way. So I guess this was opposite day right here, right? It's kind of strange. So you just got to realize when they say going up, that means going to, you know, something to that effect. So Paul and Barnabas, certain others of them went to Jerusalem. So instead of saying go down, maybe they didn't like using the word down. Maybe that was like an omen or a bad thing to say going down into Jerusalem. They said going up, kind of like instead of going deeper, you're going higher. In the understanding and edification of the Besor. Let's go. Let's do a deep dive. Instead of saying that, you're saying let's go higher in our understanding of the scriptures of truth. That's what I'm saying. Not quite, but you get what I'm saying. Because it's odd. It's because they're not going up to Jerusalem. They're going down, according to American lingo anyway. To the emissaries and elders about this question. So they're taking this question from up here around the Caesarean Antioch, down into Jerusalem, or up to Jerusalem, if you will, according to how they speak, about this question about, do you have to be circumcised in order to be delivered, as the Yehudim teach? Okay. So can you imagine Paul telling these people in these congregations spread out throughout Asia Minor and Greece and other places that you don't have to be circumcised? You only need to believe in the blood of Yahusha. And we bought immersed, receive the Ruach HaKodesh, tell them all the true pattern of Yahusha. And these Pharisees going, he's speaking against Moshe. Stone him. See, that's what's going on here. So being sent on their way by the assembly in Antioch, they passed through Phoenicia and Samaria. See, they're heading south now. First Phoenicia, Samarian, and then on down, heading for Jerusalem. But they're calling it going up. That's important when we come to a certain passage that religious sects love to pound into people's brains to prove their doctrine. So this right here shows you that when they're going down, but they're not saying they're going down. They're saying they're going up. It's until they're going down. Why? Well, apparently they think they're going up because they're approaching the temple, the set apart place. So no matter where you're at, if you're heading for Jerusalem, you're going up. You're going up, man. You're going higher. You're getting closer to Yahuwah. You see that? So that's probably why it's a Hebrew figure of speech. When it pertains to going to Jerusalem, you're always going up no matter where you're coming from. You can be coming from the North Pole. You're going up. You're heading for Jerusalem. See what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm laying down? It's going to be important here in a minute. That's why I'm making a big deal out of it. Okay, so relating the conversion of the nations. And they were causing great joy to all the brothers. And having arrived in Jerusalem, they were received by the assembly and the assemblies and the elders. And they reported all that Elohim had done with them. And some of the believers who belonged to the sect of the Prushim, or the Pharisees, rose up saying, it's necessary to be circumcised them, and to command them to keep the Torah of Moshe. Well, that part we're in agreement with. And the emissaries and elders came together to look into this matter. And when there had been much dispute, Kepha rose up and said to them, men, brothers, you know that a good while ago Elohim chose among us that by my mouth the Gentiles, or Kohim, should hear the word of Besorah and believe. And Elohim, who knows the heart, bore witness to them by giving them the Ruach HaKodesh, as also to us, and made no distinction between us and them, cleansing their hearts by belief. And then belief in what? In the existence of Yahuwah? Yes, but also in the power of the blood of Yahushua to blot out their sins. Take away the animal blood, put that in the trash bin, and start believing in the power of the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh to take away your sins, man. That's what he's talking about when he says hearts of belief. Belief in the blood that works, not in animal blood that doesn't work, never did work, never will work. Now then, why do you test Elohim by putting a yoke on the neck of the taught ones, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? All that animal sacrificing was weary, man. It was a mess. But through the favor of the Master Yahushua Mashiach, we trust to be delivered in the same way as they. But through his blood, one-time permanent blood offering, sacrifice, that works for intentional and unintentional sins. And all the congregation was silent, and were listening to Barnabas and Paul, saying how many miracles and wonders Elohim did among the Gentiles through them. See, Elohim was doing the miracles through them. It wasn't Paul and Barnabas doing them. And after they were silent, Yaqub answered, saying, Men, brothers, listen to me. Simon has described how Elohim first visited the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. Wow. And the words of the prophets agreed with this, as it has been written. After this I shall return and rebuild the booth of Daud, which has fallen down, and I shall rebuild its ruins, and I shall set it up, so that the remnant of mankind shall seek Yahuwah, even all the Goyim on which my name has been called, says Yahuwah, who is doing all, this, who has made this known from of old. Therefore I judge that we should not trouble those from among the nations who are turning to Elohim, but that we write to them to abstain from the defilements of idols, and from whoring, and from what is strangled, and from blood, and from ancient generations Moshe has in every city those proclaiming him, being read in the congregations every Shabbat. What's this congregation in Jerusalem saying? They're saying, tell these people, these new converts, to stop practicing their old pagan ways and religions in their temples, and start studying and learning about Yahuwah every Yom Shabbat in the congregations of the Yehudim. Listen to the Torah and the prophets being read every Shabbat, as it's always been done since all generations, since Moshe gave us the written Torah. Period. They ain't talking about this is all the Gentiles have to do and they'll be delivered. This is all that they have to do and they'll be good to go. This ain't what that's saying at all. At all. I want you all to take a break. I'm going to take an intercession here, break. Get yourself some popcorn and a soda or whatever, some water. Take a stretch, stand up and stretch. Go potty. And I'll be back in 10 minutes. 10-minute intercession. And I'll play you all some music, and I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Think about what we just read. Salah.
When my feet grow heavy and my eyes go dim, my hearing fades to whispers, I know your love can heal all my sin. Thank you that you're with me, beautiful words I hear within. I know you will restore all things. Yahweh, you are my King. We bless your name, and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name, and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ears. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. We bless your name and we welcome you to join us here. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. May our words be a sweet, sweet sound in your When the music fades, all is stripped away, and I simply come, longing just to bring something that's of worth, that will bless your heart. I'll bring you more than a song, for a song in itself is not what you have required. You search much deeper within, as I know from your word. You're looking into my heart. I'm coming back to the heart of worship, and it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I thank you, Yah, for your precious thing. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. King of endless world, no one could express how much you deserve. Though I'm weak and poor, all I have is yours, every single breath. I'll bring you more than a song, for a soul in itself is not what you have required. You search much deeper within, though I know from your word you're looking into my heart. I'm coming back to the heart of worship, and it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I thank you, Yah, for your precious name. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I'm coming back to the heart of worship. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I thank you, Yah, for your precious name. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. It's all about you. I'm coming back to the heart of worship, and it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I thank you, Yah, for your precious name. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I'm coming back to the heart of worship. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. I thank you, Yah, for your precious name. And it's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha. It's all about you. It's all about you, Yahusha.
Shabbat Shalom, I'm back. All righty then. Okay, so we left off here in Acts 15, verse 22. And so we found out here now that basically we're in the second journey part of Paul's travels here. But we've just heard the message and the ruling of the elders in Jerusalem concerning if the Prusham's teaching is correct, that all adults must be circumcised in order to be delivered. And the decision was they ruled against the Prusham, the Pharisees, and they sent a small note of instructions to be delivered to the converts that simply says, stop performing your old pagan rituals, stay away from the pagan temples, stay away from the teachings of the nations, and start going congregating on Yom Shabbat to hear the Torah and the prophets read every Shabbat. So they're telling them, go on Shabbat and listen to the Torah and the prophets be read. Okay, and that's all they have to do. Okay, and so this isn't a set of instructions say, okay, we have a separate set of laws for the Gentiles to follow and a separate set of laws for the Pharisees to follow, or for the Yehudim to follow. So the Pharisees, if you're a Yehudim, you have to listen to the Pharisees and do what they say. And if you're a Gentile, you have to listen to what Paul's saying because he's your apostle. And so you do what Paul says, and you don't have to listen to the Torah and prophets. You just have to stay away from idols and whoring and strangled meat and blood, drinking blood. That's not that's not the message. The message is clear. Avoid pagan rituals and traditions. Stay away from GODs of the nations. Okay. Go to your big brother, go to the Yehudim and listen to the Torah and the prophets read, because you must obey the Torah. That's the Pharisees. Remember, they're teaching two things. They're teaching you have to be circumcised in order to be delivered, and you must obey the Torah of Moses. So obeying the Torah of Moses and hearing it read is accurate. They are correct. But by getting circumcised delivers you, they're incorrect. Because the only thing that delivers you is the blood of the Lamb, Yahushua HaMashiach. Not animal blood. Okay? That's all it is. It's not separate instructions for the Gentile and for the Jew. They're under the same Torah. Okay? He's just saying, stay away from pagan practices. That's what they're telling them. And go listen to the Torah and prophets being read. That's it. Okay, so picking up where we left off then. I hope everyone enjoyed their intermission. I know I did. I needed it. So it refreshed me. I'm ready to roll here now, continue on with this. As most of you can probably see by now, this is extremely important study and to understand. It's going to get just a little bit deeper here. I'm going to hit on some hard points, but hard truth is better than soft truth. You know what I'm saying? In other words, don't come to me and expect me to tickle your ears, because I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm giving you the hard facts. If it offends you, go to complain to Yahuwah about it. Okay, because I'm just coming at you straight truth, hard facts. That's just me. It's just that's the way I roll. And I hope you all roll right with me, because we're rolling down the path, the narrow path, down the straight path, I should say, and enter through the narrow gate, which is Yahusha. The only way to Yahuwah is through the gate, which is Yahusha. Okay? Then it seemed good to the emissaries and elders with all the assembly to send chosen men from among them to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas. This Antioch is the Syrian Antioch now. Yehuda being called Barsabah. A man called Yehuda called Barsabah, and Sila, leading men among the brothers. This is not translating Yehuda's name. He was called Barsabah. It's just like Yehukanan Mark or John Mark. He was called Mark. That's all. Some of them had two names. Some even had three names. There's no translation of names going on here anywhere. Having written by their hand this, the emissaries and the elders and the brothers, to the brothers who are of the Goyim in Antioch and Syria and Kilkia, greetings. Since we have heard that some who went out from us have troubled you, speaking of Pharisees, with words, unselling your lives, to whom we gave no command, it seemed good to us, having become of one mind, to send chosen men to you with our beloved Barnabas and Paul, men who have given us their lives for the name of our Master Yahushua Mashiach. We have therefore sent Yehuda and Sila, who are also confirming this by word of mouth. Now, I'm going to guess that this Yehuda, this is just a guess, is the half-brother of Yahushua, which they call Jude. Okay. For it seemed good to the Ruach HaKodesh and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessities. In other words, you don't have to do animal blood sacrifices, and you don't have to be male circumcised. Adult male circumcision's out. That's what they're talking about here. These are the things that, remember, the Yehuda was telling them they had to do. Get circumcised and obey the Torah of Moshe. that you abstain from what is offered to idols and blood. Don't participate in those pagan practices that you were brought up in. Just paraphrasing, but this is what they're talking about. And what is strangled and whoring. If you keep yourselves from these, whoring pertaining to pagan or temple prostitutes. So they would go in and give money, tithes to the temple, to the pagan temple, in exchange for prostitution duties of the whores in the temples of the pagans. They were pagan prostitutes, whoring. If you keep yourselves from these, you shall do well. Be strong. So stay away from the whoring with the temple prostitutes. Stay away from all the pagan practices, including idols, statues, bowing down to statues, strangling and chicken neck or something, and then ripping his head off and drinking his blood. I mean, this kind of weird stuff they did, man. Stay away from that stuff. Stop doing any of that. You were raised in it. You need to unlearn everything you've learned. Get it. It's just like we do. Coming out of all these pagan practices we were raised in, we need to get rid of them and stop doing them and start obeying Torah. That's what basically they're telling them to do here. Just a different set of traditions that they were dealing with. We're dealing with Easter and Christmas and Valentine's Day and birthdays, so on and so forth, where they were dealing with temple prostitutes, bowing down to the statues of gods and drinking the blood sacrifice, drinking the blood and strangling something and eating its heart or drinking its blood after they strangled. Stuff like these were weird pagan traditions, man, rituals. Stay away from that stuff. Be strong. Stay in the belief. Stay believing in what Yahuwah wants you to do. Obey the Torah and go listen to the Torah and prophets read every Yom Shabbat in the congregation of the Yehudim. That's what they told them to do. They therefore, being sent off, went to Antioch, and having gathered into the group together, they delivered the letter, and having read it, they rejoiced over its encouragement. And so they understood the message, and they were glad. And Yehuda and Sila, being themselves also prophets, encouraged the brothers with many words and strengthened them. And having spent some time, they were sent back in peace from the brothers to the emissaries. But it seemed good to Sila to remain, and Paul and Barnabas continued in Antioch, teaching and bringing with many others also the Basora, the word of Yahuwah. Okay, so now in 36, it kind of starts the second journey of Paul. He finally leaves Antioch, okay? He's been there for a while. All right, so but now he's getting ready to leave. Right here, Acts 15:36 kind of begins the second journey, if you will. And after some days, Paul said to Barnabas, "Let us now go back and visit our brothers in every city where we proclaim the word of Yahuwah and see how they're doing." So now Paul wants to say, let's go back, man. Let's see if they're continuing in the belief, or if they've gone back into the old priesthood. Are they under the thumb of the Pharisees like we found them? Or are they back practicing their pagan religions? Let's go see what they're up to. And so they take off. And Barnabas proposed to take with them Yehuchanan, called Mark. But Paul thought it not fit to take with them the one who withdrew from them, and Pamphylia, and had not gone with them to the work. That up there where they got beat up and stoned and everything. And sharp feeling therefore came to be, so they were extremely mad at each other, so that they parted from one another. So Paul and Barnabas stopped hanging out. They split. They got so mad at each other and argued over Yehukin and Mark that they split up. It's my understanding, I think Yehukin and Mark may have been the nephew or cousin of Barnabas. He was kind of some kind of relation to Barnabas. Okay. And so they parted ways, and Barnabas took Mark and sailed to Cyprus. So he left Syrian Antioch and went back to that island, Cyprus, that they were on before. And Paul chose Silas and went off, being committed by the brothers to the favor of Elohim. And he went through Syria and Kilkia, strengthening the assemblies. So he went back up into Syria. He went through Antioch, Syrian Antioch, up into Kilkia, and on, looks like up into these other places he had been as well. Okay. And so then 16 continues then in the second mission here. And he came to Derbe and Lystra. We should remember when he went there on his first journey. Now he's just backtracking now. And see, a certain Talmud was there named Timothy, the son of a certain Yehudai Asha, who believed, but his father was Greek. Now, a lot of people automatically think this guy Timothy was the Timothy that Paul left in Ephesus and wrote 2 letters to. It may be, but I think the more likelihood here is this is a different Timothy than the one that we read 1 Timothy and 2 Timothy epistles from Paul. And as we go on, you'll kind of see why I say that. But this Timothy here sounds like a mature, elderly man, rather than a young Timothy of 16 or 17 that Paul dragged with him to Ephesus and left him there in the middle of a pagan hub in Asia Minor. Seems like 2 different people. This one seems mature. The other one seems almost a boy. Okay, definitely an adolescent. Okay, which was probably a lot more mature back in these days than they are now, for sure. So they would have, matured a lot faster back in these days, no doubt. So anyway, let's go on and read a little bit. Who was well spoken of by the brothers who in Lystra and Iconium, Paul wished to have this one go with him. And he took him and circumcised him because of the Yehudim who were in those places, for they all knew that his father was Greek. Okay, so not only did he was combating the Pharisees, but they knew that Paul was circumcised, and so that he had that, but they knew that this Timothy was not, because they knew his father was a Greek. So he knew that this would cause a problem to bring a Gentile into the synagogue or the temple or some of these other places with him among the Yehudim, who had strict laws forbidding any type of interaction with Goyim, anybody outside of the Israelite nation, okay, or lineage. So to avoid this, he went ahead and had him circumcised just to avoid this problem everywhere they went. Okay, and also so that Timothy could get into places that he could not get into if he was uncircumcised among the Yehudim. You see, so Paul was, he was just creating, avoiding issues by doing this. He wasn't convinced that you had to be circumcised in order to be delivered. He was just using this as a way to get this man to go into places that he would not be able to get into with him otherwise. Okay? That's all it is. And as they went through the cities, they delivered to them the regulations to keep, which were decided by the emissaries and elders at Jerusalem. So they would tell them, stay away from your pagan traditions. Don't go into pagan temples. Don't give them tithes. Don't have sex with their temple prostitutes. Stop bowing down to idols. Keep the Torah of Moshe and go listen to the Torah and the prophets read every Yom Shabbat. This is what was decided in the assembly of Jerusalem among the elders. And this is what Paul related to the converts, what they had to do. Speaking of the Goyim. Then indeed the assemblies were strengthened in the belief and increased in number every day. And having passed through Phrygia and the Galatian country, okay, so this Phrygia and up into the Galatian country was north and east of Minor Asia Minor. So it'd be east of Asia Minor, them 7 assemblies, and it would be north up above Derbe. Okay, that was the Galatian territories up in there. And so they went through there. That Phrygia there. And they went up through the cities. They delivered them. Wait a minute, where was I at? And the one with him, and they took him, circumcised him. They knew as Father Greek, and the regulations kept them, which were recited by the emissaries. And then indeed the emissaries strengthened the belief, increased the number, and having passed through Phrygia. Yeah, I mean, that's above Iodonia there, just a kind of, but then they must have headed east, and then in little ways, then they entered into the Galatian territory, which was a pretty vast, big area there. It covered a large area of Asia Minor. Okay. And so the Galatian country, she's not saying city or anything, the countryside, the territory is pretty vast. It'd been in more of the northeast Turkey area, not really over. All the 7 assemblies of Minor Asia was more into the eastern section. The western section, I'm sorry, of Asia. Galatian was more in the northeastern territory. Okay, they were forbidden by the Ruach HaKodesh to speak the word in Asia. So the Ruach didn't let them go. They went as far as that Phrygia, and then he wouldn't let them go on up into into Minor Asia, into them 7 assemblies, which had become the assemblies of Ashatan. Okay, and so they were doing really bad things. Paul wanted to get up in there, but he'd never been there before. Now, he didn't go there on that first journey. Remember that. His first journey, he stopped at that Iachian, in Antioch and Pisidia. It's about as far as he went in there. He didn't go all down in that other area at all. Now, on his way back, he does stop at the seaport of Ephesus, which was a pagan hub as well, but it was a seaport. He does stop there on his way back to Jehuda, okay, to Jerusalem, but he doesn't go into these 7 assemblies. He never goes up in them. So the Ruach forbid him to go in there. They called that Asia back then. So what did he do? He went through this Phrygia, into the Galatian countryside or territory, and went around Asia. He went a big loop around it to the north, and then went west and down to a seaport, jumped on a boat, and went to Macedonia. He never went to them assemblies. The Ruach HaKodesh forbid it. Why? Because they had turned into the assembly of Hashatan. There was a falling away going on there. See, Paul wasn't the only one. After that first journey, a lot of these other people spread the Besorah as well. And so it spread through Asia, not by Paul's doing, but by other people. The Ruach HaKodesh spread it. Okay. And so these people were assembled. They knew the Besorah. Some of them were teaching it, so forth and so on. There were Yehudim up there. There were congregations, assemblies of Yehudim up there, reading the prophets and the Torah every Yom Shabbat. And so the messages were integrated into those places, but it had turned. Okay, it had become an assembly of Hashatan. The devil's throne was there, and the Ruach, there was a righteous men going in there and bringing the Besorah, and they were being killed. There's a passage in Revelations that tells us this. And so the Ruach knew it and told Paul, don't go into Asia, because Paul would have been killed, bringing the righteous man who brought that message in there would have been killed like these other righteous men were being killed up here in these assemblies. And so he bypassed it, went out in the Galatian wilderness and went north, and then circled back west, jumped down to the seaboard there, jumped a ship and went to Macedonia. This is his second journey here. So they were forbidden by the Ruach to speak the word in Asia. Yeah, we can go there. Go to Revelations 2. And let's see, where is it? Yeah, let's just start at like 12. It'd be Revelations 2, chapter 2, verse 12. And to the messenger of the assembly in Pergamum write, he who has the sharp two-edged sword says this, I know your works and where you dwell, where the throne of Satan is. And you hold fast to my name. They all knew his name, Yahusha. It was spread throughout the territories and cities. And you hold fast to my name and did not deny the belief in me. Even in the Yamam in which Antipas was my trustworthy witness, who was killed near you where Satan dwells. And so Satan dwells there, his throne's there, the assemblies of Satan's there. This righteous man was killed. Why? Because, like I said, Paul wasn't the only one going through here spreading the Besorah. Other people that heard the Besorah through either Paul or Barnabas or whoever else, Mark that was there, whoever, Silas, and they took that message and they took it farther, and then they heard it and they took it farther, and it had spread out through the Ruach HaKodesh into these territories. Paul didn't go to every single one of these places, man, but through him bringing it and all his companions bringing it, other people heard it, believed it, accepted it, understood the message, and took it to others, and they passed it on to all the different congregations of the Yehudim around about all these places. And pretty soon everybody had heard the name Yahusha now. Now everybody knew. Before they hadn't heard the name of Yahusha, nor did they know that the Ruach HaKodesh would indwell them. They could be immersed with the Ruach. They didn't get that either. And they surely didn't know they were supposed to be immersed in the name of Yahusha, because they didn't ever even heard of Yahusha until the Besorah was brought to them. So see, they heard the Besorah now, but they're falling away. Okay, they're going back into even worse scenario than the pagans were doing. Now they're worshiping Satan. Satan's throne's there. Satan dwells there where Satan dwells. But I hold if a righteous man was killed. So things against you, because there are those who adhere to the teaching of Balaam. That was a magician. who taught Balaam to put a stumbling block before the children of Israel to eat food offered to idols. See, this is one of the things they told them to abstain from, and to commit whoring. Another thing they told them to abstain from, because this is what they were doing. So you also have those who adhere to the teaching of the Nicolaitans, which I hate. So it goes on, and you can read down through all that. But see, this is what was happening. This righteous man was killed, bringing the Basora into these assemblies of Hashatan, where the devil's throne was and where the devil dwelt. And the Ruach said, "No, Paul, I forbid you to go into Asia." And so he wasn't allowed to speak and take the word into Asia because of this reason, what was going on there. Remember, Paul was never there. He just heard probably, the word's spreading that far. I should go in there and check it out and see what they're doing and, help them with anything they don't understand or whatever. So he was wanting to get up there and see what's going on. And Rook said, that's where Satan dwells. You go around that. Go to Macedonia instead. So through a dream, he sent him to Macedonia. 10:4. So the assemblies of the religious sects like to teach that Paul went around and started 7 churches in Asia Minor. He wasn't even at them places. He never went there. The Ruach forbid it. How crazy is that? Where are they getting that from? He didn't start no 7 churches there. They were assemblies that began there. They received his name in the Basora, but not through Paul. Okay. And there was a falling away. And this is what Yahushua exposes, the things that were going on in that time, that present day, that Yehukanan was exiled on the island of Patmos. This is what was going on up here in Asia Minor in these assemblies. Were there believers there? Yes, they were. And because Yahushua points it out and says, there are those of you who are doing right. You keep, enduring, continue to do good, and I got plans for you. But he also gives a big warning to the rest of them. You better stop doing what you're doing. Okay, so Yahushua dealt with the 7 congregations or assemblies in Minor Asia himself, is what he did. He said, I'm going to deal with this myself. So he told Yehukanan, you write a letter to these 7 assemblies. Let them know I'm watching them. And he dealt with them himself. He didn't send Paul in there to deal with them. Yahushua dealt with them himself through the letters he told Yehukanan, who was exiled on Patmos, to write to them. That's what's going on. Paul didn't go up here and start 7 churches. Are you kidding me? He was told to go around it. Okay, let's go on. Let's continue on here. When they came to Musia, they tried to go into Beth Unia, but the Ruach did not allow them. He didn't let them go there either. And having passed by Musia, they came down to Troas, and in the Leia, a vision appeared to Paul. A man of Macedonia was standing, begging him and saying, come over here to Macedonia and help us. And when he saw the vision, immediately we sought to go to Macedonia, concluding that the master called us to bring the Basora to them. Had Paul ever gone to Macedonia before this? No. Paul did not go to Macedonia and start any churches. He wasn't returning back to some church he started in Macedonia. He'd never been there. This was the first time he was going there. This was a vision from Yahuwah telling him, I want you to go up here. They've heard the word, they've heard the Basora, they know my name, they hear what's going on, but they're not getting it. I need you to go up there and get them straightened out. Now Paul's going way around Asia Minor, way out of his way to avoid Asia Minor and them seven semis he's never been to, and he's heading for Macedonia, which he's never been to. This is his second journey. And guess where he's heading to? To find the lost tribes, man. He's looking for the lost sheep. He's looking for the congregation of the Yehudim. Let's keep reading and find out. Okay. And when he saw the vision, immediately we sought to go to Macedonia, including that the master had called us to bring the Besorah to them. Therefore, sailing from Troas, we ran a straight course to Samothrace. So Troas is way up on the northwest corner, sort of like, of Asia Minor. So he went way around them, came back around to that port, Troas. Okay. Jumped a ship. And now he's heading for Samothrace. And the next day came to Neapolis, which is up by Philippia, where the Philippians are. It's up there. It's also a port city. Okay. And now it's more associated with northern Greece. Macedonia, it's like up above Greece. Okay. Aegean Sea, I can remember how you say that, Aegean Sea or whatever. Okay, and from there to Philippi, which is the principal city of that part of Macedonia. It was a seaport. It's a colony, probably a Roman colony. And we were staying in that city for some days. So they stayed there in Philippia for some days. And on that Yom Shabbat, we went outside the city by the river, where there used to be prayer. So there used to be a congregation held on Yom Shabbat there. Okay. By that river. And having sat down, we were speaking to the woman who met there, the women who met there. And a certain Asha named Ludia, a seller of purple from the city of Thyatira, praising Elohim, was hearing, whose heart the master did open to pay attention to what Paul said. So she was no doubt what? A lost sheep. She heard his voice. And when she was immersed in her household, she begged us, saying, if you have judged me to be believing in the master, come to my house and stay. And she urged us. Now, in saying she was immersed, I'm going to assume here she was water immersed because they were by the river. And that's just an assumption. This could very well be immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh as well. But I'm just assuming water immersed here since they were by that river. And it came to be, as we went to prayer, that a certain slave woman possessed with the Ruach of Puthon, which was a daemon, did meet us, who brought her masters much profit by fortune telling. So divination of any form invites demons into your house, your body. So be careful. Don't be breaking out them tarot cards and those crystal balls or doing any kind of astrology and things like this. That's all fortune telling, horoscopes, fortune telling. Stay away from all that. That invites in demons into your house, man, which is your body. Having followed Paul and us, she cried out, saying, these men are the servants of the Most High Elohim, who proclaim to us the way of deliverance. And she was doing this for many days, but Paul, greatly annoyed, turned and said to the Ruach, I command you in the name of Yahushua Mashiach to come out of her. And it came out that same hour. So it didn't say it immediately came out. It said out that same hour, which we can safely assume there was some kind of a delay. It wasn't an immediate exorcism, there was a brief delay. It just came out that same hour. Doesn't tell us how long it took, but it was a short, brief delay. And then the demon left her. And when her master saw that their anticipation of money making was gone, so it was the demon that was doing the fortune telling through her. Anticipation of money making was gone. They seized Paul and Silas and dragged them into the marketplace to the rulers. And having brought them to the captains, they said, this would have been military captain, these men being Yehudim greatly disturb our city, and they proclaim practices which are not right for us to receive nor to do, being Romans. Remember, they're up in Philippia, in that port city up there by Macedonia territory. They proclaim practices which are not right for us to receive nor to do, being Romans. So see, this colony was a Roman colony. That's my assumption on that. I'm pretty sure that's probably correct. And the crowd rose up together against them, and the captains tore off their robes and commanded them to be beaten with rods. And having laid many blows upon them, they threw them into the prison, commanding the jailer to keep them safely, who, having received such a command, put them into the inner prison and fastened their feet in the stocks. And at midnight, Paul and Silas was praying and singing songs to Elohim. They were still joyous, man. They were getting it on in there. And the prisoners were listening to them. And suddenly a great earthquake took place, so that the foundations of the prison were shaken, and immediately all the doors were open and all the chains came loose. And the jailer, awakening from sleep and seeing the prison doors open, thinking the prisoners had fled, drew his sword and was about to kill himself. But Paul called with a loud voice, saying, do no harm to yourself, for we are all here. And asking for a light, he ran in and fell down trembling before Paul and Silas. And having led them outside, he said, Masters, what do I have to do to be delivered? And they said, believe on the Master Yahushua Mashiach, and you shall be delivered, you and your household. And they spoke the word of Yahuwah to him and to all who were in his house. Now, does this mean just to believe that the Master Yahushua existed? No, because most people understood that there was a man called Yahushua Mashiach walking around in Israel performing miracles. He wasn't speaking about, but you believe that he was real and he had been born and he came here, he was walking in the dust. It's going, that belief in Master Yahushua, it's going well beyond believing that he existed. Okay, that he was in the flesh walking around in Jerusalem. Okay, this is belief on the Master Yahushua Mashiach, his blood, his resurrection, his ascension, his coming back to fill you with the Ruach Kadesh, the whole entire Basora, man, of Yahusha. Everything about him, believe in everything about Yahusha, not just in his existence, that he was a real person. Way beyond all that. Everything about him, every single little detail about him. Believe in him and who he proclaimed to be, which was Yahuwah, Al Shaddai, the Father, robed in flesh. Okay, so this is what Paul was speaking of, well beyond the existence of him coming in the flesh and walking in the dust. Okay, and they spoke the word of Yahuwah to him. So they spoke to Basora, the word of Yahuwah. They explained everything about him and to all who were in his house. And taking them in that hour of the night, he washed their wounds, Paul and Silas, and immediately he was immersed, and he and all that were his. And so this here now, since they took him into the house, and he cleaned up Paul and Silas's wounds and cuts and put bandage on the stuff, And then he was immediately immersed. He and all his household, I believe, was with this is the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh here, because it's in his house. See, the woman was down by the river, but this is in his house. And this is late, and he's cleaning up their wounds. Remember, the earthquake came at night. Correct? Okay. And the jailer, awakening from sleep, pretty sure it was at night. Okay, so anyways, he asked for a light, and he ran in. It may have been dark in there anyways. I just assume it was at night. So anyhow, they were in his house. That's the main thing. And they were all immersed, which to me applies with the Ruach HaKodesh. And having brought them into his house, he set food before them, and he rejoiced with all his household, having believed in Elohim. And when daylight came, the authorities sent the officer, saying, "Let these men go." And the jail responded these words to Paul, saying, "The captains have sent to let you go." Said to let you go. Now then, come out and go in peace. And Paul said to them, "They have beaten us publicly, uncondemned, being Romans. They have thrown us into prison, and now do they throw us out secretly? No, indeed. Let them come themselves and bring us out." And the officers reported these words to the authorities, and they were afraid when they heard that they were Romans. And having come, they pleaded with them and brought them out and asked them to leave the city. So coming out of the prison, they went to Lydia, and seeing the brothers, they encouraged them and went forth. Okay. So very good now. So they went just a little bit farther up towards Asia there. I mean, not Asia. They went a little bit farther up into Macedonia, just a little bit. And having passed through Amphipolis and Apollonia, they came to Thessalonica. Okay, Thessalonica is still on the seaboard in Macedonia. So it's just west a little bit, kind of like over a peninsula. And then once they go on to the other side of the peninsula there's a little cove, and there's where Thessalonica is. It's also Berea is right there as well, in that area of Macedonia, which is just north of Greece. Okay. Where there was an assembly of the Yehudim. See, he's still going to all these assemblies and congregations of the Yehudim, man, even on this second journey. He ain't going around starting churches throughout all the Gentile nations. He's searching for the lost sheep of Yisrael. Look, the assembly of the Yehudim. That's what he's told to do. First seek out, go to the congregations of the Yehudim, and if they don't listen, go on out into the streets, into the street corners and send the Besorah. There's lost sheep everywhere. My sheep will hear your voice, and they'll come to hear you, hear the message. Not just in the assemblies, you see. I mean, it's pretty obvious, man. Where there was an assembly of the Yehudim. And according to his custom, Paul went into them, and for 3 Shabbats was reasoning with them from the Sefer, explaining and pointing out that the Mashiach had to suffer and rise again from the dead, and saying, "This is the Mashiach, Yahusha, who I proclaim to you." So there you go. He's teaching them about the Yahusha out of the Sefer, or the 5 books of Moshe, out of Moshe. This particular one here that he's pointing out about, Mashiach had to suffer and rise again from the dead. And he says, this is talking about Yahusha right here in Isaiah 53:10. That's what he's telling them. So Isaiah 53:10 is not real clear, but it's easy to see what he's talking about. It says in 53:10 Isaiah, but Yahushua was pleased to crush him. He laid sickness on him, that when he made himself an offering for guilt, so he was the sin offering, he would see a seed, he would prolong his yamim, and the pleasure of Yahuwah prospered his hand. This is speaking of him being staked and resurrecting. He's resurrecting him. See, pointing out that the Messiah had to suffer and rise again from the dead. See, so there it is. That's speaking of him in Isaiah 53:10, and that's what Paul was pointing out. And he was there for 3 Sabbaths doing this, teaching from the first 5 books of the Torah or Moshe for 3 Shabbats in a row about Yahushua. See that? And some of them did believe, and a large number of the worshiping Greeks and not a few of the leading women joined Paul and Silas. So there you go. A lot of the converted Gentiles that were following the ways of the Yehudim now began to follow the Basor of Yahusha, which was brought by Paul and Silas. And a lot of the leading women of the Prussian, the Orthodox Judaism, if you will, started following the teachings of the Basor of Yahusha through Paul and Silas. See that? So here's how the conversions were taking place. They weren't really converting. They were from paganism, but a lot of them were, most of these are converting from, even the converts, the Gentile converts, converted from pagan to Yehuda, to Orthodox Yehudism. But now they're converting into the way and believing in the Basur of Yahusha. See that? Converted Greeks and the Yehudim are everywhere they go. Which are, no doubt then, the ones that are converting are the lost sheep of Yisrael. But the Yehudim who did not believe, having become envious, took some of the wicked men from the marketplace, gathered in a mob, set all the city in an uproar, and came upon the house of Isusos, and were seeking to bring them out to the people, but not finding them, they dragged Isusos and some of the brothers to the city rulers, crying out, they who have turned the world upside down have come here too, whom Isusos has received. And all of them are acting contrary to the teaching of Caesar, saying there's another sovereign called Yahushua. And they troubled the people and the city rulers when they heard this. And when they had received a pledge from Asusus and the rest, they let them go. So they said, oh, we'll stop teaching about Yahushua. Don't hurt us. And the brothers immediately sent Paul and Silas away by night to Berea, who, having come, went into the congregation of the Yehudim. See, again, congregation of Yehudim. They weren't out starting churches in far, far away lands. They were among the dispersa, and they were going to the congregations of the Yehudim, man. Trying to convert the Orthodox Judaism people into the way. Now these were more noble than those in Thessalonica who received the word with great eagerness and searched the Sefer daily if these words were so. So they studied on their own. They studied the word of truth on their own. They didn't believe nothing. They had to read it themselves. They had to study it themselves, slowly, deliberately, carefully. Precisely. This is what we should do as well. And search the Sefer daily if these words were so. Then many of them truly believed, and also not a few of the Greeks, decent women as well as men. And when these Greeks now are not pagans, they've already converted to Orthodox Judaism. Now they're converting over to the way, the Besor of Yahusha. And when the Yehudim from Thessalonica came to know that the word of Elohim was proclaimed by Paul at Berea, they came there also and stirred up the people. Boy, these Prussian, man, they're something else. These Yehudim, man. They're just kind of like following Paul around and trying to make him a liar and get him killed. And it's all through jealousy and envy. That's what Scripture says. This is why they're doing it. They're jealous and they're envious. Sad, man. Rather than be joyful and delight to hear the Besor of Yahusha, they're jealous and envious. They want all the esteem for them. They want to usurp Yahusha's esteem, man. That's bad news. No wonder Yahusha said, if your belief doesn't surpass the belief of the Pharisees, you won't see the reign of Yahushua. No wonder he said that. Right? And then immediately the brothers sent Paul away to go to the sea, but both Silas and Timothy stayed there. Okay, so here now is another mention of this Timothy that I think is a mature man. Silas and Timothy stayed there. Where's there? Okay, so where are they? So at this point, they're up there around Thessalonica, Berea area, which is in Macedonia, which is north of Greece and way west from Asia Minor. Okay. So where was young Timothy, the adolescent, left? Well, he was left in Ephesus, which is down at the southwest corner of Asia Minor on the coast. It was a port city and it was a main pagan hub. They had a huge statue of a pagan Goddes there. Starts with a D. Okay. And so I think these are two different Timothys because of this right here. Do you all see that? This is why I'm saying this Timothy has stayed with Silas here in Berea, I do believe, was a mature man. It wasn't the young Timothy. 10:4? Okay. So this is why I say that, in case you're wondering why I say that. And I also say that young Timothy was Paul's son. And there's a lot of reasons I say that as well. But anyways, it's really not that important. Okay, so here we go now. They're in Berea. Paul splits. He leaves Silas and Timothy, mature Timothy, I'm going to call him, there in Berea. And those who arranged for Paul brought him to Athens. So here we go. Now he's escorted to Athens, which is straight down the coastline, straight south down the Macedonia Greek seacoast on the east coast of Greece, straight down into Athens. Okay. And there's where Paul's going. Okay, so there you go. And receiving a command for Silas and Timothy to join him as soon as possible, they departed. But while Paul was waiting for them at Athens, his heart was stirred up within him when he saw that the city was wantonly idolatrous. So they were wanting to worship idols. Therefore, indeed, he was reasoning in the congregation with the Yehudim. There it is. He's back in the congregation of the Yehudim again in Athens. He's not starting some church down there in Greece. He's in the congregation of the Yehudim. It's where he always goes, looking for the lost sheep. And with the Gentile worshipers, and in the marketplace daily with those who meet there, and some of the Epicurean and the Stoic philosophers, stock philosophers encountered him. Okay, so he's in the congregation of Yehudim, and there's convert Gentile worshipers in there worshiping along with the Yehudim in their congregations because they have converted to Orthodox Judaism. Okay, I'm just saying that so you understand where I'm coming from. Okay, so now Paul goes there because he wants to take all of them, the Yehudim and the Gentile worshipers, the Gentile converts that's in there, that's converted over to Orthodox Judaism, and he wants to take the entire congregation and convert them over again to the way of Yahusha, understanding the Besorah of Yahusha. You see that? And in the marketplace daily, so and then he goes after the congregation closes up on Yom Shabbat. He goes out to the marketplace every day and meets there with other people. And those are the lost sheep of Israel among the people will hear his voice. So he's looking for more lost sheep out there in the public on all the other days. So he continues to do the work of Yahuwah by spreading the Besorah out in public. Okay, so now he's encountered some different philosophers and people who believe in other things, okay? We'll just call it. And some were saying, what does this babbler wish to say? This is big mouth babbler talking about here. Speaking of Paul. And others said, he seems to be a proclaimer of strange mighty ones, because to them he brought the Besorah, Yahusha, in the resurrection. Bam! So the message is same. The message is clear. He's speaking of Yahuwah, Yahusha, and the resurrection to everybody, in which a lot of people are offended because they say, how can a man that's died be brought back to life? That's probably one of the biggest issues that Paul's fighting here. Don't forget, the Pharisees believed in the resurrection and ruachs, but the Sadducees did not believe in the resurrection and spirits. The Sanhedrin were a mix of those two religious sects, and they were on the board, the ruling class. Okay, and whoever had more people on the board of the Sanhedrin ruled. And in this time, I believe it was the Sadducees that were ruling, but the Pharisees were out on the street corners. Okay. All right. So they laid hands on him and brought him to Areopagus, saying, are we able to know what this fresh teaching, fresh or new teaching is of which you speak? And for you are bringing some strangeness to our ears. Yeah, strangeness to their ears. Speaking of somebody dying and being brought back to life. Okay. We wish then to know what these mean. What are you talking about, Willis? For all the Athenians and the strangers living there spent their leisure time in doing nothing but to speak or to hear what is new. And having stood in the midst of the Areopagus, Paul said, "Men of Athens, I see that you are very pious in every way. For passing through and observing the objects of your worship, I even found an altar with this inscription, to the unknown mighty one. Not knowing then whom you worship, I make him known to you. Yahuwah, who made the world and all that is in it, this one being master of the heaven and earth, does not dwell in dwellings made with hands, nor is he served with men's hands, as if needing any. Himself given to all life and breath and all else. And he has made from one blood every nation of men to dwell on all the face of the earth, having established beforehand the times and the boundaries of their dwelling." That's powerful stuff right there. You need to realize this. There's only one race. It's called the human race. We all have the same blood. There's only one blood. He made the nations and separated the people, made the nations and the races and the creeds, okay? Made everybody different. Oh, Yahuwah did this stuff. He created the nations and set the boundaries of their dwellings, okay? So quit trying to separate yourselves. To seek the master, if at least they would reach out for him and find him, though he is not far from each one of us. Now, if you can accept it, Yahuwah is as close as your breath. For in him we live and move and are, as always, some of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. We're the sons of Yahuwah, man, the sons of light. Are you picking up what Scripture's laying down? You are a mighty one. Woo! Oneness with Yahuwah. Now then, since we are the offspring of Elohim, that should make everybody just shut up right there. You should be able to hear the crickets going on right now. Since we are the offspring of Elohim, we should not think that the Elohim is like gold or silver or stone, an image made by the skill and thought of man. Nah, you're like him. When you look at somebody, you're seeing Yahuwah. Can you dig that? Since Yahushua came in the likeness, complete likeness of Yahuwah, and we look like Yahusha. Wow. Ooh. Truly then, having overlooked these times of ignorance, Elohim now commands all men everywhere to repent, because he has set a day on which he is going to judge the world in righteousness by a man whom he has appointed, having given proof of this to all by raising him from the dead. Woohoo! Go Paul. Paul getting on now. And hearing of the resurrection of the dead, some indeed mocked, while others said, we shall hear you again concerning this. And so Paul went out from among them, and some men joined him and believed, among them Dionysius from Areopagite, and an Asha named Damaris, and others with him. So while, like I said, this resurrection of a dead man is what was a great stumbling block for many, especially the ones that were just first hearing about this. But as we can see, a few did convert and did believe what Paul was saying and believed that the dead could be resurrected. There were a few that actually understood and went with it, So good stuff, man. So it continues. The mission continues through 18 here. So let's look at it. And after this, Paul left Athens and went to Corinth. So now he's in Corinth. So where's Corinth? Well, it's just like straight directly west of Athens. It's in Greece. So it's like beep, right there. Straight east in a straight line, not too far off. So he went over there to Corinth. And he found a certain Yehudite named Aquila, born in Pontus, who had recently come from Italy with his Asha Priscilla. So here you go. He found a Yehudite over here. So what's he doing? He's still searching for the lost sheep of Israel. A lot of people will teach you that Aquila and Priscilla were Romans. They were converts, but here it's plainly saying a certain Yehudite named Aquila, born in Pontus. He was a Yehudite. Because Claudius had commanded all the Yehudim to leave Rome. Claudius was the emperor. And he got mad, told all the Yehudim to leave Rome, kicked them out, and he came to them. And because he was of the same trade, he stayed with them and was working for, they were tent makers by trade. And he was reasoning in the congregation every Shabbat and won over both Yehudim and Greeks. The Greeks that were already converted and to wanting to be a Yehudite. And he converted them all over into following the way of Yahusha every Yom Shabbat. So here we go. Aquila, Priscilla, and Paul were all tent makers, and he stayed with them in their home with them for about 3 years. And Titus was their neighbor. Okay. And when Silas and Timothy came down from Macedonia, so here them two finally make it down there, and they find Paul in Corinth. He's left Athens, and he's in Corinth. And so they came down, and Paul was pressed by the Ruach and earnestly witnessed to the Yehudim that Yahusha is the Mashiach. So Paul still spreading that Besorah. However, when they resisted and blasphemed, he shook his garments and said to them, "Your blood is upon your head. I'm clean. From now on, I shall go to the nations." So here he goes again, telling these people in Corinth the same thing that he told those other people on his first journey, right? And we know that he continued to go to the congregations of the Yehudim. So what's he really saying here? The nations have lost sheep as well. I don't have to come to your congregation. I can go out on the street corners, the countryside, and find the lost sheep. They're spread everywhere. Yahuwah's done spread them to the four corners of the earth, man. I can go there and find lost sheep just as easy as I can find them here in your congregation. I'll go to the nations and find them. I'll go out there in the wilderness and find them. I'll go to the desert and find them. I can go anywhere and find them. They're everywhere. That's what Paul's saying. He's not saying, okay, you Jews are cut off, man. No longer am I going to talk to you people. I'm going straight to all the Gentiles, to the pagans now. I'm going to become their apostle. He ain't saying nothing like that. That's all in your imagination. If you're teaching that, you're just making that up or parroting something somebody's told you. And having left there, he came to the house of a certain man named Istu, who worshipped Elohim, whose house was next to the congregation, right next to the congregation. And Crispus, the ruler of the congregation, did believe in the master with all his household. So the head honcho of the congregation believed, and many of the Corinthians, hearing, believed and were immersed. And probably were immersed in this instance. That's just a guess. It could be immersed with the Ruach. And the master spoke to Paul in the night by a vision. "Do not be afraid, but speak, and do not be silent, because I am with you, and no one shall attack you to do you evil, because I have many people in this city," speaking of Corinth. And he remained 1 year and 6 months teaching the word of Yahuwah among them. And when Galion was proconsul of Achaia, the Yehudim with one mind rose up against Paul and brought him to the judgment seat, saying, "This one does seduce men to worship Elohim contrary to the Torah." And as Paul was about to open his mouth, Galion said to the Yehudim, "If it were a matter of wrongdoing or wicked recklessness, Yehudim, there would be reason why I should bear with you. But if it is a question of words and names and a law which is among you, see to it yourselves. For I do not wish to be judge of these things." And he drove them away from the judgment seat. And all the Greeks took Sosthenes, the ruler of the congregation, and beat him before the judgment seat. And Galion showed no concern whatsoever. Wow. So the pagans are beating up the elder of the congregation. And Paul, having stayed several days more, having taken leave of the brothers, which would have been who? Well, all the ones are converted, but also Timothy and Silas, seems to be. Let's go on and see if it tells us. And Paul, having stayed several days more, having taken leave of the brothers, was sailing for Syria. And Priscilla and Aquila were with him, having shaved his hair at Cenchrea, for he had taken a vow. And he came to Ephesus and left them there. Now see, Timothy and Silas ain't with them. So they stayed there, and Aquila and Priscilla went with him to Ephesus. See that? And he came to Ephesus and left them there, but he himself went into the assembly and reasoned with the Yehudim. Bam! Say he just told them that he wasn't going to deal with them anymore, and he was going to go take it to the nations. But here, the very first thing he does is when he goes to Ephesus, is he goes into the assembly of the Yehudim. So he's not talking about abandoning his brothers, the Yehudi, the Israelites, and going off and starting churches in all these different places around the world. Ain't what he said at all. He just said, I don't have to teach you here in this congregation, man. I can go out anywhere and teach a Besorah, and the lost sheep are going to be there, and they're going to hear his voice, and they're going to come. That's all he's saying. That's what Paul's saying. I'm paraphrasing it. That's what he's saying. This is proof. As soon as he arrived at Ephesus, he went straight to the congregation of the Yehudim, which Yahuwah commanded him to do. First, go to the Yehudim, and then you can go out and teach and try to find the lost sheep in other places. But go there first to your brothers, man. And that's what Paul's doing through his entire journey. As you follow him through his journey, he's everywhere he goes. The first thing he does is go to the congregation of the Yehudim. He doesn't start some church out in the middle of a Gentile pagan hub. Come on, man. Stop teaching that. I can't stand it anymore. And he came to Ephesus and left them there, but he himself went into the assembly and reasoned with the Yehudim. Bam. And when they asked him to stay a longer time with them, he declined. So that's unusual. Here, this assembly's wanting him to stay longer instead of beating him up and throwing him out, and then he declines, saying, I have to keep this coming festival in Jerusalem by all means. Oh, that explains it. He's wanting to get back to one of the pilgrimage festivals in Jerusalem. But I shall come back to you Elohim desiring so, and he sailed from Ephesus. And having come to Caesarea, going up and greeting the assembly, he went down to Antioch. Okay, now see, now this sounds really weird. Remember when I was telling you before, it seems to me like every time they say we're going up, going up to Jerusalem, whether they're going down, it doesn't matter. If they're heading for Jerusalem, it's always higher ground. It's set apart ground, right? So to the Yehudim, they're always going up to a higher place, no matter which direction they're coming from. And here's the same thing. You can see this figure of speech carried out here. And having come to Caesarea, which was just above Jerusalem, it was a seaport on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea along the west coast of Israel, but it was just north of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was south and east inland, closer to the Dead Sea. This was right on the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea, the Caesarea. Okay, so he went there after he left them, Priscilla and Aquila, in Ephesus, and then he went he wanted to go to Jerusalem to the festival. So he goes to Caesarea, going up and greeting the assembly. Going up, greeting the assembly, he went down to Antioch, which would be Syrian Antioch, which is above Caesarea. See what I'm saying? So going down to Antioch not because it's south of Caesarea, but because it's going farther away from Jerusalem. That's why it's going down. See that? So he went down to Antioch, which is far north. Syrian Antioch's up here by Tarsus, remember? So that's what in our language he would say we're going up because it's north of Caesarea. But to them it's going down because it's going farther away from Jerusalem. You see it? And having spent some time there, he went forth, passing through the country of Galatia. Okay, that's that big, wide wilderness up there. And on through Phrygia. That would be over really close to those 7 assemblies, but south of them, mainland. Strengthening all the Talmudim. Okay, he was never there before. Okay, so these are people that were converted and had heard the Besorah some other means besides directly from Paul. And a certain Yehudai named Apollos, born at Alexandria, which is in Egypt. Alexandria is west of the Nile River. West of it on the Mediterranean seaboard of Egypt, and a learned man and mighty in scriptures came to Ephesus. This one had been instructed in the way of the master, and being fervent in heart, he was speaking and teaching the things about the master exactly. Paul's in Galatia, though he knew only the immersion of Yehuchanan, the immerser, and he began to speak boldly in the assembly in Ephesus. Guess who's still in Ephesus? Who'd Paul leave there? Aquila and Priscilla heard him. They took him aside and explained to him the way of Elohim more exactly. So he advanced beyond the Orthodox Judaism, and he was actually teaching the immersion of Yehuchanan, the immerser, which was the remission of sins, temporary sins. It's kind of like what animal blood did. But a more excellent way would be in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay, going into the renewed covenant. Okay. All right, and so And when he intended to pass through to Achaia, the brothers, having encouraged him, wrote to the Talmudim to receive him, who having arrived, greatly helped those who believed through favor. For with power he refuted the Yehudim publicly. So now this man, Apollos, was born in Alexandria, is taking the Besor of Yahusha boldly to the congregations and refuting the Yehudim publicly. He's going up there and saying that you don't have to be circumcised. Okay, you have to obey the Besor, the Torah of Moshe. Okay, and you have to believe in everything about Yahushua HaMashiach, because he's our Lamb. He's the Lamb of Yahuwah. He's the one that takes away the sins of the world. Okay, deliverance is through the Messiah. And so now he's teaching the Besorah of Yahushua, and he's telling people that the Yehudim are wrong. Why? Because he was corrected in Ephesus by Aquila and Priscilla. Don't forget, they lived with Paul for 3 years, making tents with him in their home. He lived in their home with them for 3 years, with Titus living next door. So if you think of Paul lived with you and worked with you for 3 years, and you assembled in Titus's house with Paul every Shabbat with a bunch of other believers for 3 years, how well would you know Paul's teachings? Well, I'll give you a hint. You would know them like the back of your hand. You would know Paul's teachings very well. And so did Aquila and Priscilla. And so they were able to share this Besor of Yahushua, who they learned very well through Paul by living with him for 3 years, and transferred that knowledge to Apollos, who took that knowledge and went ahead publicly and spoke and shared the Besor of Yahushua and refuted the Yehudim publicly. So there you go. Showing from the scriptures that Yahushua is the Mashiach. Exactly what Paul does. He shows them from the scriptures that Yahuwah is the Mashiach. And so this Apollos was doing the same thing, because Aquila and Priscilla showed him in the scriptures, which was the Torah and the prophets. They didn't have the King Jimmy. They didn't have the canonized list or anything like that. Showing from the Torah and the prophets, Yahushua, that Yahushua is Mashiach. Okay? Powerful stuff, man. Okay, so that right there then pretty much wraps up Paul's second journey. Okay, so he started that journey in Antioch, Syrian Antioch. He went through Derbe. He went on up there into Iconia. The Ruach HaKodesh said, no way are you going into Asia, into those 7 assemblies. So he went way up and around through Galatian territory, all the way up to the north, swung down to Troas seaport, jumped a ship, went to Macedonia, to Philippia, Thessalonica, Berea, down to Athens, to Corinth. Went over and stopped in Ephesus, left Aquila and Priscilla there. In Corinth, he left Timothy and Silas, mature Timothy, and then he left there and headed over to Caesarea, and then got back on shore and went down to Jerusalem and observed that pilgrimage festival. And then he took off, went back up into Damascus, all the way back up into Syrian Antioch. And then it says he went on up into Galatia somewhere by himself. That ended his second journey. So he's got people strung out everywhere now, doesn't he? And the word spreading, the Besor of Yahushua spreading by itself through other people. not just Paul now, spreading all over the place. That's the second journey of Paul. Okay? All right, so now we get to the third one, and it kind of overlaps the second one in a way. So he touched up in there a little bit up there and around east of Asia Minor in this third journey and stuff like that. So when he goes back up into Antioch, and then it says he heads for Galatia, he's east of Asia Minor, and so he's messing around up in there. That's the last we hear about him on that second journey. So the second journey and the third journey kind of overlaps in that he went from Syrian Antioch. He goes up there, and then he kind of comes back down into Tarsus where he was raised. He goes into Tarsus, and then he goes over into that Galatian area or east of Asia Minor, hangs out, and then he kind of creeps his way up through, getting close to the Asia Minor, those 7 assemblies, because he hits the Antioch and Pisidia again. And then he kind of starts to go there, and he goes, better not. And he heads back south down by the Galatia. Okay, and then from there, he heads over to Ephesus again. And then from there, he rides the sea coast, stays real close to the sea coast, up and goes back up to that Troas where he caught that ship to Macedonia. And he goes there, and then he goes back up and around where he was, and goes back down there again. Then he goes down to Corinth and Athens, and he goes back up into Berea. He kind of covers all his steps through the first and the second. Goes back over to Philippia. Then he goes down, and then he stays away, and he hits this little island called Smyrna. And then he kind of goes down, and he touches Miletus, and then he keeps going, and goes down, stays along the coast, and then he shoots straight across from Myra on the coast of Asia Minor, on the southern coast, and he shoots back over to Tyre around Phoenicia. And then he jumps down through a couple of those seaport cities in Israel and goes back to Jerusalem. And ends up in Jerusalem. That's what he does on that third mission. So he just kind of, covers his tracks, basically. And he sneaks through the southern end of Asia. He doesn't really go up into those assemblies, except Ephesus. That's the port coast. He does go there. Okay, so that all goes, kind of overlaps in 18, and it goes through 19, and then into 20, and then that ends this third trip. So we'll read these last couple chapters here, wrap up those 3 journeys, okay, and then we'll talk a little bit about the fourth one, which they call a journey, but really is not, because he was a captive. He was a prisoner. And so he was kind of forced to go on that journey. It wasn't something he did on his own. Okay. All right. So let's just finish off the third one, and then we'll cap it off with the so-called fourth journey, and we'll wrap it up. So here we go. Paul goes in his third journey now, if you will. And it really started at the second journey ended in Acts 18:22. His third journey really started in Acts 18:23. Okay, so Acts 18:22 ended the second trip. or journey. And then Acts 18:23 starts the third trip. Okay. And so we already read that down to 19. Now the third trip ends at the end of the 20th chapter, I think. You look. Yeah. So at the end of the 20th. So we started the third trip, 18 chapter, verse 22. We'll pick up. It kind of overlaps a little bit, okay? Because it really leaves you, it doesn't really tell you where he went, but then it does. So we'll pick it up in 19 and 20. At the end 20, it's over. That'll be the 3 journeys of Paul. All right. And then we're going to get into just a few little doctrine busters here, if you will. And then we'll wrap it up with that 4th one and we'll be done. So here we go. Stick with me. This is important stuff. If you don't get to stick around and listen to the whole thing this evening, at least try to rewatch it through the week, because this is a very important study, as I think you can probably tell by now. So here we go. We're into chapter 19. And it came to be while Apollos was at Corinth that Paul, having passed through the upper parts, came to Ephesus. So there you go. So Paul, he goes back up through his journey, Philippi, Thessalonica, Berea, down to Athens, jumps across to Corinth. Okay. And having passed through the upper parts, came to Ephesus, and having found some Talmudim, he said to them, "Did you receive the Ruach HaKodesh when you believed?" And they said to him, "No, we have not even heard that there is a Ruach HaKodesh." So this is the city where Yahusha told Paul to speak loudly and boastfully because he had a lot of believers in this area, a lot of followers, remember? And he said to them, "Into what then were you immersed?" And they said, "Into Yehochanan's immersion." And Paul said Yehochanan had immersed with an immersion of repentance, saying to the people that they should believe in the one who is coming after him, that is, in Mashiach Yahusha. And when they heard this, they were immersed in the name of Master Yahusha. Okay, see, so now Paul explains what the immersion of Yehochanan's immersion was all about. It was repentance, meaning confession of unintentional sins, okay, which was because they were repenting, they were remorseful of these unintentional sins, and so they were trying to wash them away or do a temporary covering of them until perfection came. Till the Ruach HaKodesh shed his blood to be able to blot them out permanently and for real, because they weren't doing anything but just kind of covering them up a little bit, kind of like animal blood did. It didn't take away any sin. It just kind of covered it up until they started sinning again. Then their sin was exposed again, okay, because it never went away. See what I'm saying? That's what immersion in the water with Yehochanan did. It wasn't a permanent thing. Okay, so anyway, so when they heard this, then they did it the correct way, which would be immersed in the name of Yahushua Mashiach. So they went under the water, they put off their flesh, they died with Yahusha. And when they came up from the water, they washed in the water and the blood, and they came up out of the water, they were resurrected with Yahusha, and became new creatures. Okay, no longer being able to recognize the old man that was left buried in the grave. But the new creature from Yahuwah is who we're allowed to recognize now, who is righteous through Mashiach Yahusha. He's a righteous man now. He's no longer that old sinful man that you used to talk about all the time, that you knew in the past. Ain't that same person. All right. And when Paul had laid hands on them, the Ruach HaKodesh came upon them. They were immersed in the water immersion, the true pattern of Yahushua. Paul laid hands on them. They're immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh, which is two immersions, but in reality, it's only one. It's only one immersion. You put those two together, and now you've been immersed by the water and the blood and the Ruach HaKodesh. You become a new creature. Right? On the water and the blood, and the Ruach is the witness, because the Ruach is truth. He indwells them. He's the witness that they've been born again through the water and the blood. Just like when you're born from your mother's womb. Okay, you come out of the water and the blood. So you're reborn. You come out of the water and the blood. And now you're reborn. You're a new creature in Yahuwah. You're with Yahusha, hidden in Yahuwah. Woo, powerful stuff, man. Don't get me going on that. All right, here we go. And the Ruach came upon them, and they were speaking in tongues and prophesying. That's powerful stuff. Those are gifts of the Ruach. And all the men were about 12, and having gone into the congregation, there you go, back into the congregation of the Yehudim, he spoke boldly in the congregation for 3 months. On every Shabbat, no doubt, reasoning and persuading concerning the reign of Elohim, using the Torah and the prophets. And when some were hardened and did not believe, speaking evil of the way, see that, of the way, before the people, he withdrew from them and separated the Talmudim, reasoning daily in the shul of Tyrannus. And this took place for 2 years. 2 years. So that all who dwelt in Asia heard the word of the Master Yahushua, both Yehudim and Greeks. Wow. See that? So now this has spread out through all of Asia, even into those assemblies of Hashatan. Everywhere. All of Asia now has heard this Besorah, the good news, the message of Yahuwah. Okay? Both the Yehudim and the Greeks, the converted Greeks, the converted Kohen, and the pagan Kohen. Everyone has heard about it now. And Elohim worked unusual miracles through the hands of Paul, so that even handkerchiefs or aprons were brought from his body to the sick, and the diseases left them, and the wicked ruachs went out of them. So here we find out that it's the Ruach HaKodesh that's doing all these unusual miracles through the hands of Paul. It ain't Paul doing them at all. He's just a man. He can't do these things. These things were being done through his hands by the Ruach HaKodesh. He was using his chosen vessel. The Ruach was, which was Paul. Paul wasn't doing these miracles. Don't make that mistake. You know, these religious sects try to make Paul out to be something he's not. Okay, he was led by the Ruach. He was taught by the Ruach. The Ruach did miracles through his chosen vessel, Paul, and all esteem to Yahushua. Even the handkerchiefs or the aprons were brought from his body to the sick, and the diseases left them, and the wicked ruachs went out of them. Why? Because it had Paul's smell on it, or Paul's snot, where you'd blown his nose on the handkerchiefs or something, scared them away because it was a snotty handkerchief. Oh, look, it's got snot and spit all over it. You better run away. I'll wipe it on you. No. Those handkerchiefs and those aprons had the smell of the Ruach HaKodesh, a sweet smell and fragrance, which is death to those who don't obey, the smell of death. But to those who believe, it's a sweet smell and fragrance. It's life. That's why. It has nothing to do with Paul. All esteem to Yahusha. But certain roving Yehudai exorcists took it upon themselves to call the name of the Master Yahusha over those who had wicked ruach, saying, "We exorcise you by Yahusha, whom Paul proclaims." So here now, these people are believing that the power's in the name alone. So they're kind of recognizing, well, this can't be Paul doing this. Maybe it's the name Yahusha. That's what's doing it. Let's go use that name and see if we can get demons to jump through hoops for us. And there were 7 sons of a certain Skua, a priest, a Yehudai chief priest, who were doing this. So these 7 sons of this priest thought they could throw around the true name and it would allow them to have power to do the things that Paul was doing, failing to realize that it was Yahusha doing these works through Paul. I mean, it wasn't Paul at all. And the wicked Ruach answering said, Yahuwah I know, and Paul I know. But who are you that using the name of the master, you know? That's just a paraphrasing. So this wicked Ruach hearing this, one of the sons of the priest, okay, he's confronting one of these 7 sons that was doing this. There were 7 of them out there doing it. He's confronting this one. And he says, and the man in whom the wicked Ruach was leaped on him, overpowered them, which means all the 7 sons must have been there, or most of them. But he leaped on them, overpowered them, which is plural. So it was more than just one of the sons. But he was speaking to one of the sons who tried to do the exorcism in the name of Yahusha, but then he attacked all 7, or however many were present there. It sounds like all 7 were. He overpowered them and prevailed against them so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. It ripped all their clothes off and pounded their nose in. Beat them up, punch them in the nose, scratched them all up, pulled their hair out. Beat them up. If they're wounded, they're bleeding, right? Naked and wounded, they're bleeding. And this became known to all, both Yehudim and Greeks dwelling in Ephesus. And fear fell on them all, and the name of the Master Yahusha was made great. All right. So what happened here? Okay, so Paul was doing all these names, these unusual miracles by the Ruach HaKodesh in him was doing them using Paul, right? And pronouncing, proclaiming the name. In the name of Yahusha, bam, they got your attention, right? And then they saw the power that was coming out of Paul. It wasn't Paul at all, was it? He was saying, this is Yahusha HaMashiach. You hear my voice, demon? I'm speaking through this man. Get out of that person. They fled. This guy, which is saying, in the name of Yahusha Mashiach, and it wasn't Yahusha speaking because Yahusha wasn't in them. It was just the man speaking. That's why the name didn't work. You see that? And so he said, in the name of Yahusha, get out of this man. Demon said, who are you? I know Paul. I know the Ruach, and I know the Ruach was speaking through Paul. That's why we took off. But who are you? Because I don't hear the Ruach speaking. I hear you speaking, a man. You know what? I'm tearing you apart. And he did. He ripped his clothes off and pounded their face in, and they were bleeding. Threw them out of the house, and they ran away like little babies, little puppies, tucked tail and took off. Why? Because it wasn't the Ruach speaking through them. Don't matter who it was the man saying the name. It wasn't the Ruach proclaiming who he was inside of Paul. Basically, this is Yahusha speaking through Paul. Get out of here, demon. They gone. And here's the priest's son. In the name of Yahusha, get out of him. Who are you, man? I don't hear no Ruach in you. You're just a man speaking. Bam, 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 bam. He ripped his clothes off and made him bleed. Get out of here. I don't listen to you. You're just a man. It wasn't Paul doing anything. It was the Ruach HaKodesh in Paul, and this proves it. Because the son of this priest had no power, even when he said the name. Ain't no power in the name for a man to say it. It has to be the Ruach HaKodesh in that man, alerting the diseases, the nature, the weather, the demons, whatever, that this is Yahushua HaMashiach speaking through this man. Get out of here. And then they obey. Because they know who's talking. It ain't that man. It's the Ruach HaKodesh indwelling that man. It's a big difference, man. Huge. Okay, so I think we get that. At least I hope we do. And many who had believed came confessing and declaring their deeds. So they're confessing now. They're scared to death now. So they're confessing and they are declaring their deeds. They're repenting. They're admitting. They're confessing. They're admitting to Yahuwah, I'm wrong. I was wrong, man. You're right. I was wrong. Forgive me. And many of those who had practiced magic, listen to this. So you're practicing magic or your fortune telling, this kind of things. All these people came confessing and declaring their deeds. And many of those who had practiced magic brought their books together, burning them before all. And they reckoned up the value of them and found it to be 50,000 pieces of silver. So the word of the master was growing mightily and prevailing. They just burning everything, man. They're scared of Yahuwah now. Now, when these things had been completed, Paul purposed in the Ruach, when he had passed through Macedonia and Achaia, to go to Jerusalem, saying, after I have been there, I have to see Rome too. Well, guess what? Paul's going to see Rome, but not the way he thought he was going to see it, right? On his fourth adventure. So, and having sent into Macedonia 2 of those assisting him, Macedonia is way over there by Berea, Thessalonica, Philippia. It's over there, up north of Greece. And having sent into Macedonia 2, insisting him, Timothy and Erastus, he himself remained in Asia for a time. So there you go. Now, see, he's still in Ephesus, Paul. Now he's sending Timothy, who he left him up there in Berea, this mature one, right? And so he's sending this Timothy and this Erastus, who we never heard of before till right now, up into Macedonia. Well, he already left this Timothy up here in Berea, remember, because he left Aquila and Priscilla down in Corinth. So somehow, either they had met him in Ephesus and he sent Timothy and this Erastus back up with him, back up into Berea or Thessalonica or Philippia, somewhere up in there. See what I'm saying? So I still don't think this is young Timothy here. I think this is the mature Timothy heading back up into Macedonia where he had left him on his second journey. You see what I'm saying now? So in about that time, there came to be a great commotion about the way. This isn't so important of a statement. The way. You see it? The way. So the way is now the true pattern of Yahushua. It's the Basora of Yahushua that they've been spreading. It has spread everywhere, but it's now known as the way prominently. You know, it's out there now. It's when they say the way, they know they're talking about the way of Yahushua, the way of love, the way of truth, the way to deliverance. Okay, the straight path and the narrow gate. The Basor of Yahushua is now called the way. Okay, and it's very apparent that the people call it that. We've heard that now, what, 3 times? Great commotion about the way. All right, so this is the new renewed covenant. Okay. For a certain man named Demetrios, a silversmith who made silver shrines of Artemis, provided no little business to the craftsmen who, having called them together with the workers of similar trade, said, "Men, you know that our wealth is from this business." So now in this Ephesus here, they have this big giant statue of this Goddess. Okay, and people worship them. Silversmiths and different craftsmen and shop owners are selling these statues of these Goddesses and other ones such as Zeus, so forth and so on, in the marketplace. And it's the way. There's a great commotion about the way because people are saying, "Hey, man, you know, we all have heard about the Basur of Yahusha, okay? And all this pagan stuff, all these statues, they got to go. And we got to quit doing that stuff if we're going to be members of the way." And so it's causing a commotion, a stir. It's bad for business. These pagan worshipers, these statue worshipers, these idolaters are losing business over the way, the Basur of Yahusha. And it's starting to hurt their pocketbook. Okay. And so they're starting to protest and arise and they're getting ready to, protest and go against this teaching of the way. It's hurting their business, man. And you see and hear that not only at Ephesus, but throughout almost all Asia, this Paul has persuaded and turned away a large number, saying that they are not mighty ones which are made with hands. And not only is this trade of ours in danger of coming to rejection, but also that the temple of the great female mighty one, Artemis, whom all Asia and the world worship, shall be regarded as worthless and her greatness tarnished. Okay, so see what I'm saying there now. It's pretty clear. And having heard this, they were filled with rage and cried out, saying, "Great is blah, blah, blah of the Ephesians." And the entire city was filled with confusion. And they rushed because they were raised into that, right? They're raised. And that's like all people rising up and going nuts about the J-man, right? And they rushed with one mind into the theater, having seized Galos and Aristarchus and Macedonians, Paul's fellow travelers. So he's with these other travelers now. And Paul, intending to go in among the mob, the Talmudim did not allow him. And some of the officials of Asia, being his friends, sent to him, begging him not to risk himself into the theater. Then others indeed shouted this and others that, for the assembly was confused, and most of them did not know why they had come together. And some of the throng instructed Alexander, the Yehudim, putting him forward. And Alexander motioned with his hand and wished to make his defense to the people. But having recognized that he was a Yehudi, all with one voice cried out for about 2 hours, "Great is blah, blah, blah of the Ephesians." And the city clerk, having calmed the throng, said, "Men of Ephesus, what man is there who does not know that the city of the Ephesians is the guardian of the temple of the great female mighty one, blah, 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 and of that which fell down from Zeus. Therefore, if these things are undeniable, you need to be calm and do not act rashly. For you have brought these men here who are neither temple robbers nor speaking evil of your female mighty one. If truly then Demetrios and his fellow craftsmen have a case against anyone, the courts are open and there are proconsuls. Let them accuse one another, and if you have any further complaint, it shall be settled in the regular assembly. For we are in danger of being accused of rioting concerning today, there being no reason which we could give to account for this disorderly gathering. And having said this, he dismissed the throng. Okay, very good. And continue on with Paul's third journey here in Acts 20. After the uproar had ceased, Paul called the Talmudim to him, and having embraced them, went away to go to Macedonia. So now he's leaving Ephesus and he's heading back to Macedonia, north of Greece. And having gone through those parts and having encouraged them with many words, he came to Greece, where he spent 3 months. When he was about to sail to Syria, he decided to return through Macedonia as a plot was made against him by the Yehudim. So now he's heading back north, going back up through Macedonia. And he was accompanied by Sopater of Berea and Aristarchus and Sekudos of the Thessalonians and Gaius of Derbe and Timothy and Turkicus and Trophimus of Asia. And these going ahead waited for us at Troas. Okay, so that's that seaport that's up there above Asia that he snuck around Asia. So see here, he's got a bunch of other companions now. See what I'm saying? So this ain't just Paul doing this. There's a lot of other people are going out through Asia and Greece and stuff that's spreading the Basora. Okay, it's not just Paul. See what I'm saying? The religious sects try to tell us that Paul started all these churches everywhere he went. You know, even the 7 assemblies, and it's not true, man. It's just ridiculous teaching. And we sailed away from Philippi after the days of unleavened bread, and came to them at Troas in 5 days, and we stayed 7 days. And on the first of the Shabbats, which would be the first Shabbat counted after first fruits. After first fruits, count 7 weeks, full weeks, right? So the first Shabbat after first fruits would be the first of the Shabbats in the count of the Omer. You see that? That's what that's talking about. The Talmudim, having gathered together to break bread, Paul, intendingly to depart the next Yom, was reasoning with them and was extending the word till midnight. Okay, so what they did was they waited for that first Shabbat on the count of the Omer to be over in the evening. When the evening came and the first Shabbat to the countdown to Shabuath, okay, or Pentecost was over at evening, then they gathered together with Paul to say goodbye to him because they knew he was leaving. Okay. And so Paul became overwhelmed. He was on fire. He became a lot of zeal in him. And he started teaching from the Moshe, and he got fired up, man. And so he couldn't sleep. He was just talking and preaching and teaching and everything. Okay. Bringing the Basora. And he kept going on and on and on until midnight. Well, the people that assembled or met with him after the Shabbats were over, stayed there and listened to him because they knew he was leaving. So that might be the last time they ever heard him or saw him. And so they were willing to stay there. As long as Paul was willing to talk, they were willing to sit there and listen. And they ended up doing it all night long till daybreak. See, at daybreak, dawn, Paul was getting ready to get on the ship and get out of there. Okay. All right. And so and there were many lamps in the upper room because the Shabbat had ended. It was now the first day of the week where they were assembled. And a certain young man by the name of Eutychus was sitting in a window, being overpowered by a deep sleep. And Paul kept on reasoning or talking or teaching. He was overcome by sleep and fell down from the third level and was picked up dead. So the boy died. Paul, having gone down there, fell on him and embracing him, said, "Do not be upset, for his life is in him." And then going up again and having broken bread and eaten, he talked a long while, even till daybreak, and so went forth. Okay, so he just basically, the kid was brought back from the dead. He was woke back up by the Ruach HaKodesh, and he lived. And they went and brought the young man in alive and were encouraged, not a little. They were excited, man, joyful, praising Yahuwah, because he had given life back to this boy. And we, going ahead to the ship, sailed to Assos, intending to take Paul on board there, for so he had arranged, intending himself to go on foot. And so he was going to go on foot, but they took him to a little boat and took him up to the port where Paul was going to walk to at daybreak. They kind of helped him get up there, right? And when it wasn't that far away anyway. And when he met us at Assos, we took him on board and came to Mytilene. And from there we sailed, and the next day came opposite Chios. And the next yom we arrived at Samos and remained at Trogulian. And the following yom we came to Miletos. They're just, looks like they're port hopping. It looks like they're port hopping to me. For Paul had decided to sail past Ephesus, so that he made loss of no time in Asia, for he was hurrying to be at Jerusalem, if possible, on the yom of the festival of weeks, Shabuath. Okay, so Paul's wanting to get back to Jerusalem now for Shabuath. And from Miletus, he sent to Ephesus and called for the elders of the assembly. And when they had come to him, he said to them, "You know from the first yom that I came to Asia, how I was with you all the time, serving the master with all humility, and with many tears and trials which befell me by the plotting of the Yehudim, as I kept back no matter that was profitable, but proclaimed it to you and taught you publicly and from house to house, witnessing to Yehudim and also to Greeks." See, he admits he was witnessing to the Yehudim. That's all he was really doing, looking for the lost sheep. Repentance, when he says also to the Greeks, pagans, but mostly converted Greeks. They already converted to Orthodox Yehudism. And belief in our Master Yahushua Mashiach. And now see, I go bound to the Ruach. I go bound in the Ruach to Jerusalem, not knowing what is going to meet me there, except that the Ruach HaKodesh witnesses in every city, saying that chains and pressures await me. But I do not count on my life of any value to me, so that I might accomplish my mission with joy in the service which I received from the Master Yahushua. to bear witness to the Basora of the favor of Elohim. And now see, I know that you all, among whom I went about proclaiming the reign of Yahuwah, shall see my face no more. Therefore I witness to you this yom that I am clear from the blood of all, for I kept not back from declaring to you all the counsel of Elohim. Therefore take heed to yourselves and to all the flock, among which the Ruach HaKodesh has made you overseers to shepherd the assembly of Elohim, which he has purchased with his own blood. So here Paul reveals that the Ruach HaKodesh is Yahusha and Yahuwah, all the same being, and that the Ruach HaKodesh has purchased the assembly with his own blood because he became flesh and the Lamb of Yahuwah and died on the stake, even to death, shed his blood. The Ruach had to come in the flesh because he had no blood. He was spirit. He was he was living in the spiritual realm. No blood. He had to have blood, so he had to become flesh. For I know this, that after my departure, savage wolves shall come in among you, not sparing the flock. See, so when it's talking about to all the flock, not sparing the flock, this is talking about the lost sheep of Israel that's been found and brought together as one flock under the shepherd, the one shepherd, which is Yahusha. Also from among yourselves men shall arise, speaking distorted teachings, to draw the Talmudim after themselves. Therefore watch, remembering that for 3 years, day and night, I did not cease to warn each one of you with tears. He cried, man, day and night, because he knew what was coming. These false teachers, these false prophets would come in and tickle their ears and continue to teach falsely by tickling their ears, influencing them, lying to them, and getting greedy gain from them. Unclean money. It wasn't blessed. They didn't receive the blessing from Yahuwah. They were given that blessing to do evil with, and that's what they were doing. And Paul warned them of this is what's going to happen, even among their own friends, their own assembly, their own neighbors, that these people would come out and commit sin. Okay. And now, brothers, I commit you to Elohim and to the word of his favor, which is able to build you up and give you an inheritance among all those having been set apart. Set apart, man. Brought out of the world. Woke up. Cleaned up. Righteous through his righteousness. I have coveted no one's silver, gold, or garments, and you yourselves know that these hands supplied my needs, and for those who were with me. All this I did show you by laboring like this, that you ought to help the weak. And remember the words of the Master Yahusha, that he said, it is more blessed to give than to receive. Yes, it is. It's more blessed to become a giver like Yahuwah than to be a receiver. It's not a sin to receive the blessings of Yahuwah. It's not even a sin to become wealthy. As long as you remember who gave you the power to become wealthy and you use it to help others and to help Yahuwah spread his word and feed and clothe and house others, okay, with it. Because what you do to others, you're doing to Yahuwah, who gave you that, gave you the power to become wealthy. Okay, so you got to be careful. And having said this, he knelt down and prayed with them all. And there was much weeping among them all, and falling on Paul's neck, they kissed him, distressed most of all because of the word which he had said, that they would see his face no more. And they went with him to the ship. They walked him on to the ship. And there you go. So that ends the third journey of Paul, if you will. So now we went through the three journeys. I hope you all should have a better picture, a clearer picture of what happened and what Paul was doing, what happened through these three journeys of Paul after his conversion. All right. One thing I want to kind of make clear here real quickly is that Paul did go to the island of Crete. Okay. And then on this Isle of Crete, he took Titus and he left Titus there. And Titus was to stay there and do what was undone there with the assemblies, which he didn't assign elders to there. So with these voids, with a non-assigned elder that would speak truth and help others study with him, showing them truth from the Basora, from the scriptures. So he took Titus, so he looked, Titus, let's go to Crete. I'm going to leave you there, introduce you to some people. I'm going to leave you there, and I want you to finish what was undone, and that's appointing elders to these assemblies. So there was a tremendous amount, I think over 40, if I ain't mistaken, cities on this little island. And there was a lot of exiles, Roman exiles, that were sent there, criminals that were put there in exile on this island. So the island was pretty riotous, okay, if you will. And the Cretans with an A or an E, Cretan or Creten, were the native to this island, and they inhabited this island of Crete. So they were called Cretans, not Cretan with an I. So a Cretan, Cretin, could be looked at maybe as a homophone of these two words, but they are not spelt the same, but they sound the same. So we got Cretan and Cretin sounding the same, Cretan. Okay, but the difference is the Cretan from the isle or the island of Crete is just inhabited the natural habitants of this island in the Mediterranean Sea. The Cretan, okay, that sounds like it but is not, is a derogatory word, and it comes from the Alps, and it also comes from France, or Germanic people who are in the Alps. If we're talking about Switzerland or the foothills like the Bavarian Alps, a mountainous range, even through little parts of borders of France. And so this word Cretan, which means idiot or moron, fool type thing, retard type thing, would be equivalent to, in America, calling people hillbillies or hill jacks or ridge runners. People that are undereducated, maybe totally illiterate. They don't have any shoes on, running around with holes in their clothes and eating off of the land, living up in the mountainous ranges of the Appalachians in different parts of the United States. Okay. And people call them, derogatory names. And this is what was happening here in the Alps and in France. And it became, it spread out just like it did here in the United States and other parts of the world. When you say hillbilly, they know what you're talking about. Okay, and same thing. And so it spread out here to where up here in Antioch, where they were first called a Cretan or idiots, could be the spawn of Christianity. It's a possibility, because they were injecting all these different traditions and lies and so forth and so on. And so it was a different sect or something, and people started laughing at them and making fun of them. Man, they're way off base, man. They're idiots. Yeah, man, they're Cretan, man, because they knew the term from France. So it didn't develop on this island of Crete. Okay, it developed over in the Alps, in the mountainous regions of Germania. Okay, the Bavarian Alps, some into the Swiss Alps, but not so much, more of the German, and then down into France. See, the French people are Franks, man. They're Germans. They call them Franks. It's all part of the Holy Roman Empire. Look it up. Do some research on your own about it. But just to kind of prove what I'm saying here, in Titus 1:5, it says, the reason I left you in Crete was that you should straighten out what was left undone and appoint elders in every city as I commanded you. And so that's what he was left there to do. Get the true believers out of the mix like he was doing. Get them away from the ones that are just in there for their own agenda. They're really not believers, but they're fleecing the flock. So find the true believers, gather them together by themselves, appoint an elder to watch over them, and keep infiltrators out that's coming in just to fleece the flock with their own agenda. That's what Titus took to Crete to do from Paul. Okay, and down here in 12 it says, one of them, a prophet of their own. So a Cretan, a native from that island, one of them, okay, said, Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, and lazy gluttons. This witness is true, therefore rebuke them sharply in order for them to be sound in the belief, not paying attention to Yehudite fables and commands of men who turn from the truth. So there it is. And so this is not referring to Cretans. The word Cretan, the derogatory remark, Cretan did not come from the Isle of Cretan, from Crete. Okay, it's spelled with an I. It's from the Alps, from French Alps, the Bavarian Alps area. There are people who are dwelling in the hills, the foothills of the Swiss Alps, and dwelling in the mountains and in the valleys, out in the wilderness, that were uneducated, very poor, similar to our hillbillies that we call hillbillies here in this country. Okay, and so we need to know that, because this is very much pointed to, and people are go around teaching that a Cretan here is referring to Christian, and it's not at all, any way, shape, or form. So if you're teaching that, stop. If you hear somebody else teaching it, correct them. Okay. So real quick here, page 17 of the fossilized customs. If you have it, you can see the word Christianos, and it equals the origin of the word Christian. Christian comes from Christianos. Okay. Christians is only used a total of 3 times in all of Scripture, and it is only in the Greek translation. The word Christianity is not found at all. Only in the ancient setting, which we're talking about here, it was a term of scorn used by the Greeks to indicate a person who was slow or retarded. So in Greece, this Christian with an N or an I, Christian, would be, Cretan would be, it's a slang word. In other words, man, it's slang, okay, for slow or retarded. We get the word Cretan from this Greek word, Christianos, which means it's a slang for slow or retarded, okay? And so Cretan is just the same. It's just another slang off of that word. That's all, slang off of slang. A dictionary defines Cretan with an I as a fool and an idiot. Okay, that would be an English dictionary would say that. Define it as a fool or an idiot. The Greek word would define it as slow or retarded. A French Cretan with an I means idiot, and it's from the Swiss French is Christian, in which they got Christians from. So there'll be like a plural. Okay, and so Christian is using the Greek word, okay, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here we understand then now that Cretan with an I was used as a slang, to make fun of people, to call them retards in English, or slow, or retarded in French, an idiot. In the Swiss Alps, the Alps region, it would be the same thing, an idiot. And an English, through the English language, Cretan is a fool or an idiot or a moron. Same thing. Okay, it's just like that's what they're calling them. So when people teach the Titus chapter 1, teaches that these are Christians, we're not buying that, and we're not spreading that. That's falsehood. Nazarene don't teach falsehood. We teach truth, and we speak truth. And so we got to keep it together, man. Okay, we got to keep it together. Is there anywhere in scriptures where it does mention this word Cretan? Yeah, there is. And it's in chapter 11. So look at chapter 11 real quick. Acts chapter 11. And we can go to 25 through 27. It says, Acts 11, 25 through 27. Then Barnabas went to Tarsus, where Paul was born, to seek Shaul. And having found him, he brought him to Antioch. Which one? The one in Syria, the Syrian Antioch. And it came to be that for an entire year they came together in the assembly and taught large numbers. The assembly of the Yehudim. And the Talmudim, or students, were called Christianos first, that's Greek, first in Antioch, which means they were calling them idiots or fools. Okay, term of scorn. And in those days, prophets came from Jerusalem to Antioch, Syrian Antioch, not from Alexandria, Egypt. Okay, and so this is what the religious sect teaches. So they weren't going to Alexandria in Egypt. They were going to Syrian Antioch. The Antioch in Syria, not the Antioch in Asia Minor. Okay, so this is where they began calling the assembly of the way, of the Yehudim that were converting over to the way. They called them idiots. And the word was Christianos in Greek. Okay. Which is idiot, moron, fool, hillbilly in our language, whatever. Okay, so that's there. It is in there that they called them that first in Antioch. It has nothing at all in any way, shape, or form to do with the Cretans on the Isle of Crete. It's nonsense. They weren't Christians. They weren't called Cretans or Christianos there either. I mean, as a matter of fact, those were rough. That was a rough, tough island. It had a lot of exiles from Rome there. It had a lot of tough Yehudim there. It was a tough place. It had 40 cities on that little island. And if you would have called somebody an idiot, they probably would have punched you in your nose. And you would have well deserved it, in my opinion. But it didn't happen there. It happened in Antioch. Syrian Antioch is where they first called them idiots. All right. Why they continued to be called that by choice through the generations, through the centuries, which is on them. They must have thought it was a good thing because it had Christ in there. And so since they used that name and attached it to the J man, then it must be a good thing. And so they just started calling themselves Christians. You know, I mean, not understanding where that word actually came from. It really came from the Alps, is where it originated from. But the word idiot or fool or moron, that's in all languages. They all got the word for that. It just sounded kind of the same in French, in Swiss, and in Syria, in Greece. It all kind of sounded the same. Cretan, or Christianos. Does Christianos sound like Cretan? No, because Cretan came from the Alps area. It's just like calling somebody an idiot or a moron or a hillbilly or a fool or something. But we got those words in our language too. It's not Cretan, it's idiot, fool, moron, hillbilly, hilljack, ridge runner. So here it said when you look up in a dictionary, so let's do what Fossilized Custom said. Let's look it up in a dictionary, a good dictionary here. Let's go ahead and do that. So Cretan in this dictionary says, a name given to certain deformed and helpless idiots in the Alps. In the Alps. There it is. That's what it says. A name given to certain deformed and helpless idiots in the Alps. There's where it originated from. Like I said, that name, that word, I should say, or noun or word, is found in every language in some pronunciation. So let's get that straight. I think that's extremely important. Okay, now let's look real quick and we'll finish this off for the fourth journey of Paul. Some scriptural know-it-alls, scholars, smart people, theologians, doctors, whatever you want to call them, masters, degrees in theology, see this as a fourth missionary journey, let's just say. Okay. Not only do they see it as something that, was originated from Paul's plans, but they call it a missionary as though he's assigned to do this by the church or the circus that he supposedly began in all these different places, which we have found out now is not true. We should all see that by now. Okay, and the early believers will say, or maybe we should say the early circus fathers in history seem to have begun this belief, or mixed this fourth journey of Paul's into this mission of Paul being the apostle to the nations, to the Gentiles, and going around starting not only the churches in all these places, but the Christian religion itself, which didn't begin until the 4th century by Constantine I, when he decided to integrate or synchronize all the religions, traditions, rituals of everybody in the Roman Empire together to create one world religion. He wanted a one world government ruled by him, and he wanted a one world religion ruled by him. Okay, he didn't want all these separate sects. And so he did that, and he called it universalism or Catholicism in Latin, Catholicism, which means universal religion or a one world religion. Okay, and that's what he did. And so they made all these trips of Paul's into the building up of this church, this one world religion. We're saying that everywhere Paul went and everywhere Paul didn't go, he established these Christian churches. Okay. And so that's why we hear all this stuff being taught by these religious sects. So really, the truth is there is no explicit evidence anywhere in scriptures, okay, that we can even label as a fourth journey of Paul, that Paul, planned himself. Because that fourth journey, he was a captive. He was a prisoner of Rome. Okay, so he was had to go to Rome to be on a trial in front of Caesar. He appealed to Caesar. That's why he went on this fourth trip. It wasn't no planned journey of Paul's to start churches. It's kind of ridiculous. But anyway, there's no proof of that. And it didn't even occur at the end of Acts anyway. Okay, it began shortly after he returned from his third journey. Okay, if it was a fourth one, wouldn't it have went into a planned fourth one? Wouldn't it went in toward the end of Acts, where it would have rightfully taken place to end the Acts? But it doesn't. See, that's the problem. And so anyway, the purpose really of all Paul's journeys, the first three, was the same. Okay, it was Paul proclaiming Yahuwah's Besorah to the lost tribes of Israel. Okay, to the lost sheep. And he told them that through the blood of Yahusha, that their sins could be blotted out and remembered no more, and they could receive deliverance through the belief in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. And they didn't have to do all them animal sacrifices anymore. But they did need to follow the Moshe, the Torah of Moshe, and be obedient and stop sinning. Okay, and this was the message Paul took off to tell everyone. Hey, we don't have to continue in the old covenant or the old priesthood anymore. There's something different has happened now. Okay, And so receive forgiveness for their sins through the blood of Yahushua, which was a one-time sacrifice and permanent. Didn't have to. He doesn't have to do it anymore. He did it once, and that's good enough forever. And also that he had died and was buried for 3 days and was resurrected and then ascended. And he's the Ruach HaKodesh. He comes back and he indwells his people. And then he performs his work, his miracles, and things through his chosen vessels. While he's indwelling them, he does these same things that he did in his own vessel, that he robed himself in the flesh of Yahushua, the Lamb of Yahuwah, that he'll do those same things in his chosen vessels and even greater things, is what he said. Do you have enough belief for Yahuwah to work great miracles through you? You can get out of his way and believe in his power? Or do you think you're the one doing it? You think you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh, you can just throw his name around and think things are going to obey you? No. It's the Ruach in you. It proclaims his name, so all of his creation knows who's speaking, and then things happen through you, just like it did through Paul's hands. Same thing. So Paul brought the Basora, the good news, the message, to the congregation of the Yehudim, and all the Gentiles that the Yehudim converted in those areas that they were living in Dispersa, heard the same message, because they were in that assembly on Shabbat, and they were following the instructions of the Pharisees or the Yehudim in those congregations, and so they were converted over into the way of the Yehudim were doing, which we can call Orthodox Yehudism if you want to, so we can understand this. So Paul, when he went in there and talked, they were in there, those Gentile converts, and they were hearing that same Basora, the same message as the Yehudim were, and they converted over into the way. And some of the Yehudim did as well. When he's thrown out of those assemblies, he went out on the street corners and fields or wherever and proclaimed the Basora to anybody that wanted to hear it. And he said, I'll go right to the nations because the lost sheep are out there too. I don't care. But then he'd go right back somewhere else, wherever he went next. First thing he did was go find the congregation of the Yehudim and try to convert them over into the Basora of Yahushua, or the way, and get them out of the old priesthood teachings. And all his people that he taught, like Apollos and Priscilla and Aquila and all those other people, Barnabas, Timothy, mature Timothy, young Timothy, Yehukin and Mark, all of them, all those weird names. They didn't just listen to what Paul said and then go back home and sit on their tails. You know, they went out and spread the Basora too, after they understood it. And it spread like wildfire, man, all over Asia. It said everybody in Asia understood and knew the Basora of Yahushua. You know, it didn't all come through just Paul. There's a lot of people was running around spreading that Basora at that point. It was spreading like, well, Paul didn't even go into them places, man. We just read that. None of his journeys took him into those assemblies other than Ephesus, which was a port city on the west side of Asia Minor. So anyway, Paul did establish some assemblies. He pulled the believers of the way, the new converts, out from among the ones that didn't, and said, okay, you guys don't go there anymore. You're in your own group. You know enough. You guys stick together, strengthen yourselves, grow, bring new converts into your group, and you, such and such, you're in charge. You make sure everything stays straight and on track and in truth. We don't want no fleecing going on here. We don't want no, false teachers and false prophets coming in here, infiltrating in here, or spies coming in here from the Pharisees and stuff and spying on us and getting us in trouble with the captains and all that. So you're in charge of making sure things stay on track, and legitimate, and so forth and so on. But he wasn't starting churches. That's ridiculous. Who started churches was the Romans. Constantine the First created universalism or Catholicism. That would begin church stuff. That was the 4th century. That was well after Paul's journeys. Okay, Paul's journeys happened before the fall of the Second Temple, before the destruction of the Second Temple. It was in the 1st century, but before 70 AD. Okay, so the Nazarene writings that we have, that they call the New Testament, and the memoirs of the first Nazarene, they all still teach, the Besor of Yahusha. You don't see any other message there. Everything, John, Yehukanan, Luke, Mark, Matthew, the John 1, 2, and 3, Jude, James or Yaqub, Revelations, they all teach the same Besora. There's no different Besora here in any of these. It's all the same. They all teach about Yahusha Mashiach. That's it. The true pattern of Yahusha. That's what everybody teaches. It's all the same. There's no difference. There's no different teaching in here. There's no one Torah or teaching for the Gentiles and one for the Yehudim, or one for women and one for men, one for adults, one for children. Ain't none of that. It's all the same. There's only one. And it's the same exact message, Besora, that Paul taught. Okay. And Paul wasn't the first one to teach the Besora either. Okay. The Besora was being spread before Paul experienced his conversion. And just after his conversion, and after he went to the desert, and after the Ruach HaKodesh taught Paul, and Paul came back on the scene as a converted follower of the way, then he began spreading the Besor that had already been being spread by other Talmudim and other believers. And Paul was not the apostle to the Gentiles. He didn't throw away his brothers. He went to his brothers and tried to convert them. And they beat him up and threw him out. Then he went out on the street corners that he referred to as the nations and looked for the lost sheep out there elsewhere, in the cliffs, in the behind the rocks, in the mountains, in the valleys, wherever he went, street corners. He brought the same Besora, and the lost sheep heard his voice. It said one or two, sometimes a few more, would hear the message and believe, and they would follow Paul and say, teach us more about that. We believe what you're saying. Why? Because they were the lost sheep, man, spread out all over the place. They're chosen before the foundations of the world were laid. That's why they heard Yahusha's voice coming out of Paul. It had nothing to do with Paul himself. So yes, Paul committed a lot of sacrifices. He gave up his life so that Yahusha could live his life through him and continue to plead to others through Paul and to find what he came for, and that was the lost sheep of Israel. And Paul was his instrument to do that, same as everybody else is Yahuwah's instrument or tool to help Yahuwah continue his work and finding his lost sheep, gathering them, bringing them back, so forth and so on, until the second Exodus, the return of Yahusha takes place. Then he's just going to get them all. He's going to gather them all to one place, and that's where he's at. Okay, and that's going to be the second Exodus. And that's going to lead us on into the millennium reign. And we'll be with him in Jerusalem during the millennium reign. All his sheep will. All the lost sheep will be gathered, and all of Yisrael will be delivered. So there's going to be representation from every tribe in the body, in the assembly of Yahusha. It's the body or the assembly of Yahusha, the same thing in the millennium reign. They'll all be accounted for. All right. Very powerful study here this evening. I think that's about a wrap for me. There's one thing that's I think I want to finish this with, and it's in Philippians. If you want to go to Philippians with me, it's in 3 and 7 through 11. It says, but what might have been a gain to me, this is Paul, I have counted as loss because of Mashiach. He gave up everything so that Mashiach could live through him. He gave up his life. What is more, I even count all to be lost because of the excellence of the knowledge of Mashiach Yahusha, my master, for whom I have suffered the loss of all, and count them as rubbish in the order to gain Mashiach, and be found in him, not having my own righteousness, which is of the law or the old priesthood, but that which is through belief in Mashiach, the belief in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah, the righteousness which is from Yahuwah on the basis of belief. Belief not in his existence, but everything about him. The belief he exists, the belief that he's Yahuwah, the belief that he died for our sins, the belief that his blood can blot out your sins and erase all your debt and take away the debt which is due, which you were sentenced for, which is death, to remove death and give you life. Through belief in Mashiach, all things are by him. He was resurrected. He ascended. He comes back as the Comforter. He fills us with his Ruach HaKodesh, and he lives his life through us while we remain hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. And in the end, Yahuwah will be all in all. Hallelujah. Amen. The righteousness which is from Yahuwah on the basis of belief, to know him, and the power of his resurrection and the fellowship of his sufferings, being conformed to his death, if somehow I might attain to the resurrection from the dead. Be part of the first resurrection, man. The higher calling. These are all the things that you have to believe in. To know him, know the power of his resurrection, the fellowship of his suffering. We must suffer with him and be joyful that we are privileged to be counted worthy enough to suffer with our Mashiach. Is a great understanding of Yahuwah. Through your suffering, others can be called out and set apart through your suffering with Mashiach. If somehow I might attain the resurrection from the dead, not that I have already received, already been perfected, but I press on. I endure, it's endurance, to lay hold of that for which Mashiach Yahushua has also laid hold of me. Brothers, I do not count myself to have laid on it as yet, but only this, forgetting what is behind and reaching out for what lies ahead. Forget about the world. Forget about your sins. Strive to know Yahuwah, to know him and to strive to know him. I press on toward the goal for the prize of the higher calling. We want to be the bride of Yahuwah. We want to be the assembly, the body of Yahusha, him being the head, the higher calling of Yahuwah and Mashiach, Yahusha. As many then as are perfect should have this mind. And if you think differently in any respect, Yahuwah shall also reveal this to you in time. Depends on how bad you want it. But to what we have already attained, walk by the same rule. Be of the same mind. Obey the 10 love commands. And spread the Besorah of Yahusha to all people, to all nations. Hallelujah. Amen. All right, so that's pretty powerful stuff right there, wasn't it? I'd say so. All right, so all these letters and epistles that we see that Paul wrote while he was going through these journeys, all four of them really, even the fourth one that they call the fourth, are in here. Maybe not all, but some of them are. Letters that he wrote back to some of the folks that he left in these places. We see where he left people, to help stabilize things in some of these areas that he did go to. And so he wrote letters back to them, sometimes from jail, sometimes just from other places. And he give them more instruction, and taught them more than they knew. Perhaps he had received correspondence from them and he was just returning instructions and answering their questions and so forth. And so during these journeys in Acts, we can see that he wrote letters to the Philippians, to the Colossians, to the Ephesians, to the Thessalonians, so forth and so on, to Titus even, and Timothy, young Timothy, stuff like that, So we can see a little bit by reading those letters. So if you go to Acts and you say you find out where he was in Ephesus, and then so you read that and that part of that journey, and then you go to the book or the letter to the Ephesians, then you can kind of, relate that back and forth and see what was going on during that time period in a way. And sometimes you can just see where he was wanting to revisit them by letter in order to make sure everything was going okay and so forth and so on. And that's about it, for Paul. The higher calling, what you're trying to attain, to be part of this first resurrection, to know him, this kind of stuff here is our focus point. Okay, and what I mean by that is, it's going to be two resurrections. Now, that first resurrection are going to be the ones that have earned it, in my opinion. They not only did they spread the Besorah of Yahusha, they lived it, and they did everything that was given examples of. And they did all those examples, and they spread the Besorah and explained to other people what they should be doing. And so what they did is they've reached this higher level of love. So Yahuwah is love. If you don't love your brother, if you don't love everyone you are not of Yahuwah, because Yahuwah is love. And so this higher calling is just a higher level of love. That's as plainly as I can describe it. Okay, so if you really love someone more than you love yourself, if you love Yahuwah and others more than yourself, that's a higher level of love. Okay, and so you're going to help people when they're stranded, when they're sick, when they're in need. You're going to help them. Even if you have to give them the shirt off your back or your jacket or your shoes, man, or the money in your pocket, just hand it to them because you love them more than you love yourself. You've reached a higher level of love, man. You are able to love others as Yahusha loves them. And you can see them through the eyes of Yahuwah. Yahuwah gave his life for others because he loved them more than himself. Digest that and be like him. Become a giver like Yahuwah instead of a receiver. Be a giver. Be like Yahuwah in all ways. In every way possible, be like Yahuwah. That's higher love, man. That's how you reach the higher calling. That's how you become the bride, because that's who he is. He's love, and he wants his assembly, his body, his bride, to be like him, to be love. And you can only achieve that by loving others more than yourself. There will be a resurrection, a second resurrection in White Throne Judgment. Many of those will be led into the reign if they showed love, if they were perfected, they had pure hearts, they loved others, maybe not more than themselves, but they loved them. Even if they didn't know Yahuwah, I think they have to pass the love test, and then they come in. They're another flock that will be judged righteous, and let in. The ones that are judged wrong and didn't love people above themselves or didn't even love others will be goats, and they will be judged wrong on the left, and they will be thrown into the lake of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth, folks. That's simple. So we have to reach the highest level of love that we can possibly attain. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret. Now I'm going to get out of here. And this is that as we go out into the world, in our reality, we're still in these fleshly cells. We're in these bodies, not necessarily in the cell, but we're in this body because we have to in order to get around. We need a vessel. Our spirits can't survive without a vessel. We have to have a vessel. And so as we walk out into the world in these temporary tents that we're still in, we get contaminated. We rub elbows with the wrong, with the wicked, with the evil, with the horrible things of this world, the betrayals, the adultery, the cussing, the drinking, the drugs, the stealing, disrespecting parents. We rub elbows with all this. We get it on us, man. It gets on us. Okay? And the only way that we can get it off of us and clean back up is by going to the river that flows out of our belly. The river of the living Yahuwah, man. The Ruach HaKodesh. We got to go back to him, talk to him, pray to him, praise him, read about him, study about him, get to know him, talk to him, and that living river of water that flows out of our guts cleanses us, and we become back clean and righteous again. You have to do it every time you go out into that world and you come back home. This is the secret of the foot washing. When Yahusha said, if you understand this teaching and do it, then you will be blessed. You'll be baruched. That's the understanding. And you can't go jump in the shower and wash it off. You have to wash it off with the living waters, the pure water that comes from the Ruach HaKodesh, the living waters. That's how you clean yourself. Washing somebody's feet is just a type, a foreshadow of what really you have to do, and that's get back close to Yahuwah as soon as you can, because he will clean you back up and get that nastiness off of you. Now, it never penetrates your inner being. That's sealed by the Ruach HaKodesh. If the Ruach HaKodesh is in you, your being is sealed up, man. And sin cannot penetrate the Ruach HaKodesh. It ain't going to happen. So your being stays protected. Okay? You're protected. You're hidden in the Mashiach, and with Mashiach and Yahuwah. You are sealed. Your spirit, your inner being is sealed by the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption. That means when he comes back and claims his bride, his property, comes back for you. He's already paid for you. He's already bought you. You're his wife. He belongs to him. He's coming back for you. All he's got to do is come back and say, you're mine, and you're going with him forever. That's a redemption. He's going to redeem you. He's coming back for his property. He's coming back for his treasured possession. He's coming back for that great pearl lost in the field. Field being the world. You being the treasured possession, the pearl. He's coming back for you. He bought the entire field when he died so that he could take his treasured possession out among the fields of Tars and claim it. Say, that's mine. I'll pay for it. He bought the entire field. So he can choose everything he wants out of that field belongs to him. He leaves the Tars, he's going to take the wheats. Powerful stuff, man. Very powerful stuff. So there you go. There's your secret, and I appreciate all of you studying with me. It's a tremendous help for me and everyone else when you're on here and studying with us. Because when the assembly is assembled, even two of us, Yahushua promises he'll be there. And what a great and wonderful acknowledgement that is, a realization to know that Yahushua's here with us, teaching us his Besorah, the good news. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being really nice to each other on the chat and loving each other. Thank you for loving Yahuwah. Thank you for wanting to know Yahuwah. Bad enough to stick on here with me for 5 hours and 23 minutes. And I'll see a lot of you tomorrow. We're going into Philemon, Epistle of Philemon tomorrow. 12 o'clock p.m., noontime, Eastern Standard Time, 11 o'clock Texas time. And I hope to see every single one of you. If you haven't been with us on the Zoom at Noon meeting, please join us. Man, we really get the Ruach. We can get the Ruach really radiant on those Zoom at Noons. Powerful stuff, man. Don't miss out. Be there. Be there or be square. And remember to stay in love with Yahushua. So long, Nazarene. Beloved of Yahuwah. So long, everybody. Peace and love to everybody. See you next week. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.